What up? We're early. Good afternoon, stream. What up? Hi, I'm so psyched to catch you when I'm staying home from work. Hell yeah. You know what? Fuck work. All right, give me the news. What's the actual news?
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Denver. Republican leaders in the House of Representatives called off a vote Thursday on a war powers resolution seeking to end President Trump's ability to strike Iran. Its abrupt cancellation came as Republicans were on the verge of losing the vote as several members were absent from the House floor. This follows Tuesday's 50-47 vote by the Senate to advance a war powers resolution. Any vote in the House will have to wait until at least June 1st, when Congress returns from its Memorial Day recess. This comes as the U.S. and Iran continue to exchange proposals for a peace agreement through Pakistani mediators.
In the meantime, just, whatever.
Today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said indirect negotiations over a deal with Iran had seen, quote, a little bit of movement, and that's good, he said. Russia and China have condemned the Trump administration's indictment of 94-year-old former Cuban President Raul Castro on murder charges. Russia's foreign ministry accused the White House of, quote, unquote, attempts to tighten the sanctions noose and promised to provide active support to Cuba. China's foreign ministry said it always opposes unilateral sanctions that have no basis in international law. It added, quote, the United States should stop brandishing sanctions or judicial proceedings at Cuba and stop resorting to the threat of force at every turn, unquote.
That's all we've been doing. What do you, like, the whole like, import tax, like, thing that Trump's got going on? That's all it's been about. Like, tariffs, like, that's all this is.
On Thursday, President Trump said it was likely he would order military strikes on Cuba.
Other presidents have looked at this for 50, 60 years doing something, and it looks like I'll be the one that does it, so would be happy to do it.
Lebanon's National News Agency reports an Israeli strike in southern Lebanon's Tyre district has killed 6 people, including 2 paramedics and a Syrian child. The medics were reportedly killed in a double-tap strike after an initial strike on a motorcycle. The latest violence came despite a U.S. brokered ceasefire that Israel's violated on a near-daily basis.
They even have the body cam from the paramedics that showed up.
Israeli attacks have killed nearly 3,100 people. Meanwhile, Lebanon's finance minister told Reuters the war could shrink the economy by at least 7% this year. Israel's deported more than 400 activists it abducted from a Gaza-bound humanitarian aid flotilla in international waters. On Thursday, members of the global Samud flotilla were flown from southern Israel to Istanbul, Turkey, aboard 3 chartered flights. They arrived with stories of physical and psychological abuse at the hands of their Israeli captors. This is U.S. activist Alex Colston.
In one of the prison boats, 35 people suffered fractures to their ribs. People said there was at least 12 sexual assaults that took place. People were tased. Me personally, I was kept in cuffs where I can't feel my hands anymore. I was kicked in the ribs multiple times.
The release of the Gaza flotilla members comes amidst global condemnation of Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who published video of himself taunting dozens of handcuffed activists. In Greenland, hundreds of protesters gathered at the opening of a new U.S. consulate building in the capital Nuuk on Thursday to denounce President Trump's threats to annex the island. The protests came after Trump's special envoy to Greenland, Republican Governor Jeff Landry of Louisiana, made his first trip to the semi-autonomous Danish territory. Landry reportedly spoke on Saturday with President Trump, who told him to, quote, go there and make a bunch of friends, unquote. This is Nuuk resident Aron Bang Isaacson.
It's just a really unpleasant reminder of people as commodities or as a product, as something that can be bought and sold. It's very unpleasant to witness, and I think this ruthless rhetoric, where military actions are not taken off the table, is completely wild and ruthless towards the people who live here.
Senate Republicans abruptly left Washington, D.C. Thursday for the Memorial Day recess without casting a vote for a $72 billion budget reconciliation bill to fund ICE and Border Patrol for 3 years. That's on top of the $170 billion provided to those agencies by Congress last year. This comes as President Trump faces a growing revolt among Republicans over his plans to use public funds to build a $1 billion ballroom at the White House, and the Justice Department's creation of a nearly $1.8 billion slush fund to compensate MAGA allies prosecuted by the Justice Department. Already, several prominent January 6 rioters have said publicly they'll seek a share of the fund, as have disgraced politicians George Santos and Rod Blagojevich. On Thursday, Senate Republicans met with Attorney General Todd Blanche behind closed doors.
This place corrupt as hell, man.
The meeting became a screaming fest after Blanche refused to limit who would be eligible to get paid by the fund. North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis called the plan stupid on stilts.
I like that.
Because it will invariably put us in a position where your taxpayer dollars and my taxpayer dollars could potentially compensate someone who assaulted a police officer, admitted their guilt, got convicted, got pardoned, and now we're going to pay them for that?
Yes.
That's absurd. The American people are going to reject this out of hand.
Meanwhile, congressional Democrats
I don't know if he's
introduced
noticed, but the
legislation
Trump
to block
administration
the
doesn't give a
Justice
shit
Department's new slush
what anything
fund.
looks like.
A bill authored by Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin would bar the use of any federal funds to back the settlement and would limit payouts. Other legislation proposes a 100% tax on future beneficiaries. To see our interview with Congressmember Jamie Raskin, go to democracynow.org. In Arizona, Tucson advocates are demanding the release of activist DACA recipient Carla Toledo, who was violently detained at her home earlier this week. Federal immigration agents forced their way into Toledo's house to arrest her without reportedly showing a warrant. Toledo has lived in the U.S. since she was a year old and obtained deferred action for childhood arrivals, or DACA, which protects immigrants who came to the U.S. as children from deportation. But under Trump's second term,
I want to reach through the internet and strangle these people? Yeah.
DACA recipients have been increasingly targeted.
You know,
in Oregon, body camera footage obtained by the group Innovation Law Lab shows federal immigration agents pulling over a van of farm workers.
This is why the news just tells you about puppies and baseball. You don't feel that way, Daphne. We can't have you feeling this way every single day, all right? Just the weather. Yeah, hey, it's raining.
Then smashing the windows and using a facial recognition app to identify and arrest the workers without a warrant. The footage was disclosed as part of a class action lawsuit filed against the agents' violent tactics and racial profiling following the farm workers' detention in October. In related news, activists say at least 20 immigrants jailed at the Desert View Annex ICE detention facility in Adelano, California, have started a hunger strike to protest inhumane conditions, including medical neglect and unsafe drinking water. Immigrants also say food portions have been reduced, forcing them to have to purchase items sold in the commissary at exorbitant prices. The Adelanto ICE jail is operated by the private prison company Geo Group. At least 4 immigrants have died there since September. In Chicago, all charges against 4 activists who were arrested last year during mass protests against immigration raids outside the Broadview ICE facility have been dismissed.
Of course.
During a court hearing Thursday, the U.S. Attorney's Office admitted
because many of the times the laws are just there to harass the average citizen.
Prosecutors committed misconduct during the grand jury proceedings that resulted in the indictments, including having conversations with grand jurors outside the courtroom. This was one of the most high-profile prosecutions against activists following Trump's so-called Operation Midway Blitz crackdown, when hundreds of mass federal immigration agents flooded the streets of Chicago. The defendants came to be known as the Broadview Six. And then they killed some white people, and ultimately,
everybody
4
cared for a
activists
while.
Face the remaining charges, including former candidate for the U.S. House, Kat Abu Ghazala. Here in Colorado, Democrats have censured their party's highest elected official, Governor Jared Polis, for granting clemency to an election denier who is convicted of tampering with voting systems. Last Friday, Governor Polis announced he was commuting the 9-year prison sentence of former Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters, who was convicted of conspiring with allies of President Trump to breach voting systems in 2021 in an effort to prove Trump's claims of a rigged 2020 election. On Wednesday, the Colorado Democratic Party State Central Committee voted to rebuke Governor Polis, writing, quote, "Reducing her sentence now, under pressure from Donald Trump, is not justice. It sends a message to future bad actors that election tampering has consequences unless you're friends with the president."
Exactly.
That's a dangerous and disappointing
that's what the slush fund's about for J6ers.
Unquote. The Democratic National Committee has released a post-election autopsy criticizing the failed 2024 presidential campaign. The release of the long-awaited 192-page document follows a months-long pressure campaign by party activists who protested DNC chair Ken Martin's decision
ridiculous?
to
No,
keep
I don't
the
think it
report
did.
secret. Martin had said he hoped to prevent a distraction ahead of the midterm elections. On Thursday, critics slammed the report as woefully incomplete and unsubstantiated, makes no mention of President Biden's decision to seek re-election, nor how Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee without having to compete in primaries.
At the last second, too. Like, you guys just fucked it all up, and they were like, all right, well, we'll just see y'all later. Y'all remember to vote for me next time. Like, here's the keys, fascist dictator person.
Makes no reference to the Biden administration's support for Israel. Graham Plattner, the front-runner among Democrats seeking to challenge Maine Republican Senator Susan Collins in November, wrote, quote, "The words Gaza and genocide appear precisely 0 times in the DNC autopsy.
They've learned nothing, and they'll do it again.
To crimes against humanity was a grave injustice and a terrible election strategy."
Yeah, people aren't fans of their money going to war.
In San Diego, more than 2,000 people gathered Thursday to mourn Amin Abdullah, Mansour
And
Kazeem,
blowing up
and
innocent
Nader
kids and
Awad,
civilians,
who
man.
were killed in a shooting at the city's largest mosque. The 3 victims were remembered as heroes as they attempted to stop 2 attackers when they opened fire at the Islamic Center of San Diego Monday. The center's imam, Taha Hussein, addressed the crowd during Thursday's Janazah Islamic funeral prayer service.
Let's work together to stop this hatred, stop this racism, stop dehumanizing the Muslim community. So we can live together in this very diverse society, very diverse nation. We can live together as brothers and sisters, loving one another and working together for the betterment of our community and our society.
This comes as more details have emerged about one of the suspects, Caleb Vasquez, who came to police attention more than a year before the mosque attack over his disturbing behavior, idolizing Nazis and mass shooters.
Yeah,
Last year,
like, I was gonna make a post about these kids. Like, they're like teenagers, right? Like late teens. The dude had the black sun on his chest. They had the SS on a gas can, SS sticker. They apparently had writings on their guns, and there was their manifesto and whatnot. Yeah, they were fucking idiots.
Obtained a court order to confiscate
idiot Nazi fucks.
Dozens of his father's weapons from the family home. Vasquez had also been previously confined in an involuntary psychiatric hold. The new revelations came as part of documents filed in a San Diego court raising questions about the authorities' inability to prevent the mosque shooting.
But what can you do? If your kid's over here doing all this fucking insane shit, I guess don't lock up your guns or anything. Just fucking keep them in the house. Yeah, everything's fine. I hope they indict the parents for this shit, because they enabled this. They enabled this stuff. It could have been so much worse. It could have been so much worse. I mean, you as a parent, you have to see what your kid is doing, and if you're oblivious to this type of behavior, that's on you. That's your responsibility. I mean, that child has been your responsibility for almost 20 years, and this is what happens. For real, yeah. We can't just be like, oh no, poor kid had mental health issues, of course, because whenever it's a white mass shooter, it's always the mental health issues. This guy was sad. No, he's a fucking Nazi. He wanted to go fucking shoot people. You want to go shoot some Muslims like that? That's what it was. And then I watched the suicide part, and I guess his friend got shot or was dying, and he just hits him in the head, and then takes himself out right there in the same video, same clip. Yeah, pathetic.
And Tennessee has called off the execution of Tony Carruthers after prison officials were unable to find a vein to administer lethal injection drugs. On Thursday, Republican Governor Bill Lee issued a one-year reprieve to Carruthers over the botched execution, which came despite his claims of innocence and demands for a new trial. Laura Porter, the executive director of the U.S. campaign to end the death penalty, told the New York Times, quote, "Tennessee has effectively made the case against the death penalty," unquote. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Denver with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago.
Oh, you can't hide from me.
Hi,
I saw you earlier.
Welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism,
I'm sorry, who is this woman that you said her arrest?
County Clerk Tina Peters.
Tina Peters? Tina Peters arrest. Oh, this is long.
Some new video at 5 shows the moments a Colorado elections official was detained and then apparently tried to kick a police officer. Mason County Clerk Tina Peters was confronted by officers this week at a bagel shop in Grand Junction. Matt Morrow's at the live desk with that new video. Matt.
Erica, we just obtained the body camera video from one of the Grand Junction police officers involved in this incident. Let me tell you how it started. It was Tuesday morning in a bagel shop. They were called in because investigators with the district attorney's office say they were trying to serve a search warrant on Tina Peters to grab an iPad that they thought was in her possession. This is what happened next. It involves a couple charges of obstructing. Take a look right here. The officers walk in. They're trying to grab the iPad. They say they grab Peters by the bicep there to get her away from a man who may have the iPad. And that is when they say Peters started to resist them. So they proceeded to go ahead and place handcuffs on her right here. During this time, by the way, mind you, she is complaining that the handcuffs are tight and they are leaving marks on her.
Yeah, they're handcuffs,
now, at one point here, Police say, and you kind of see it in the video, that she tried to kick a police officer. She did connect with the officer herself, but ended up connecting with the officer's taser. They then take Tina Peters, the Mesa County clerk and recorder, outside, and then this interaction happened. Listen.
Oh no, let go of me. Go. It hurts. Let go of me. Give me my
You got kicked. Do you understand?
Stop it. What are you talking
White
about?
woman behavior, yeah.
Get out of my pants.
I am conducting a search. If you move, you will find additional charges.
Find additional charges? This is like arrest without cause.
Now, police right there were telling her they were going to grab her keys, and they were searching her because they were going to arrest her. Again, district attorneys say they had a signed warrant to go ahead and get an iPad from Tina Peters. They say when she did not give it over, that's when they called police, and police escorted her outside. She is now facing 2 misdemeanor charges: obstruction of a peace officer and obstruction of government operations. She posted a $500 bond yesterday and is now free. She says police were harassing her. Jeremy? All right.
A white woman's Instagram. White woman. That's weird that it doesn't pick it up without me talking. I guess I have the noise gate set properly. That's crazy. I can sit here and play the video, and you don't hear it. Only I hear it. Damn, I'm pretty good. Somebody should hire me for their stream setup. Yes! The news. It's my favorite thing ever. Yes. America first and last. Oh, and last forever. First, last, and forever. Okay, got it. Yeah, checks out. I don't know. 250 years. They say that most empires don't last beyond 250. Anyways, here we go. Update. Chad Judge throws Jake Lane.
Please now in the courtroom with Chair Justice. All right, take him into custody. I told you, sir, you did not have a speaking role today. You decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but take him into custody. However, anybody on that side of the bar does not have a speaking role in any of these proceedings today. There's not going to be any hoopla or shenanigans from the gallery.
No shenanigans.
And I'll talk about that in a second.
Feasible to have a gag order on the defendant should he make bond, and I guess even while he's in the jail and has his, I don't know, iPad or whatever, but he cannot live stream, post, or anything that indirectly or directly encompasses these offenses.
That's a $1 million bond with the following conditions: no weapons, GPS monitor. There will be a gag order for Mr. Etherly regarding social media live streaming about the facts or the parties involved in this case. That's
later, sucker. Yeah. Smooth on all accounts here. Yeah. Minor spelling mistake. Yeah, way to go there, right wing cope. Smooth one. They told him shut the fuck up, and he did not. So welcome to courtroom law, I guess. Back here. Oh, that's me.
Thousands of Cubans have gathered once again just across the U.S. Embassy in Havana to show support for former President Raul Castro amid the accusations made by the Department of Justice of the United States. in the streets, there's a lot of expectation of what this could mean in terms of a possible military aggression against the island. Cubans here insist they don't want a confrontation with the United States, but say they are willing to do so if that's necessary. Raúl Castro, former president of Cuba, was indicted this week for the downing of 2 planes in 1996, a move by the United States that many say could be the excuse for a military aggression against the island.
I expect that to happen probably this weekend or maybe next weekend. New one.
Warfare being for the past 5 months, Cuba has grappled with some of the most severe economic pressure it has faced in decades. Havana has called it economic warfare being waged by the United States.
I love it when the Listening Post does a preview for their upcoming stories.
Pressure that has led to electricity blackouts lasting almost entire days, severe food and medical shortages, and a breakdown of public services. Washington calls it a program of targeted sanctions that it says is aimed at encouraging democratic reform.
Look, Cuba's calling us. They need help. Look, Cuba is a failed nation. Cuba needs help, and we'll do that.
Since January, the Trump administration has sharply intensified what was already the longest-running comprehensive U.S. sanctions program against any country, restricting oil supplies to the island, adding more Cuban entities to a sanctions list, and tightening access to banking and financial services. Alongside all of this, a broader narrative campaign has also been stepped up. Just this past week, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, himself of Cuban descent, released a video message in Spanish.
La verdadera razón por la que no tienen electricidad, combustible ni alimentos es porque quienes controlan su país han saqueado miles de millones de dólares.
They've plundered millions of dollars.
Ha sido utilizado para ayudar al pueblo.
That message, directed at Cuban audiences, has been repeated by Washington and echoed across many U.S. media outlets, particularly those based in Miami, which is a major center for the Cuban exile and dissident community.
El secretario de Estado se fija en temas muy puntuales. Primero, el Estado cubano ha sido robado.
Many Miami-based outlets, including Radio TV Martí, Toque, Cubanet, and Diario de Cuba, have been funded directly or indirectly by the U.S. federal government, even as Washington...
Now, one might ask, why do right-wingers hate Cuba? And why are Cubans seemingly so associated with Republicans here? I mean, part of it is just, plain racism. They don't want them here either. So they're like, oh, yeah, you should totally get your country back. Yes. That way you can go back. That's part of it as well.
Washington has sharply cut its aid budgets. However, influence over the Cuba narrative is not limited to Miami-based outlets. A leak attributed to Trump administration sources was published this past week by the Washington-based site Axios. It claimed that Cuba had acquired hundreds of military drones and was preparing to launch an attack on U.S. targets. The report drew widespread criticism for amplifying thinly sourced intelligence that some warned could be used as a pretext
for U.S.
military action.
Yeah, anyways, I saw this puppet guy.
Hola a todos. ¿Están listos para aprender hoy? Hoy vamos a aprender cómo hacer
Mr. Blonde Worm.
que un país pida ser invadido. Es más fácil de lo que parece.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me read this. Hello everyone, are you ready to learn today? Today we're going to learn how to make a country ask to be invaded. It's easier than it seems. Let's go. The first step is to cut off the fuel. And we tell countries that if they sell fuel to Cuba, things are going to go very, very badly for them. What do we call that? Sanctions for democracy. And what happens when there's no electricity? People get angry. And that's what we want. The second step is very important. Don't show up. You cut off the fuel and you stay quiet. You let the people suffer alone. 25 hours without electricity, water, without medicine, and they'll think it's the fault of the Cuban government. Which is kind of our plan. The third step is my favorite. When they're really desperate, you show up with, hey, free Wi-Fi, food, medicine, Starlink for 2 years. Weren't you the one who cut off the fuel to hospitals? That doesn't matter now. Now we're the good guys in a movie. See how easy it is? The 4-step. You need an incident. Something that justifies what you already wanted to do all along. It could be a drone, an alleged attack plan. It doesn't have to be unbelievable. Just to arrive right when you need it the most. In Iraq, it was the weapons of mass destruction. Later, they said it was none. Later said there were none. But we were already inside. This is how it works. And the 5th step, the aircraft carrier. You arrive just off the coast with a big, imposing, lots of cannons. And you say, we've come to liberate them. Never mind that one. Never mind that no one asked. That doesn't matter. That's what escapes. That's what steps 1 through 4 were for. So now you know. Step 1, cut off the fuel. Step 2, wait for them to suffer. Step 3, offer free Wi-Fi. Step 4, invent the excuse. Step 5, arrive with the ship. And if someone asks what you're doing, tell them it's for democracy. See you next time, friends. Remember, you have to defend freedom. Even if you have to get rid of it first. Yeah. Thank you, Gusano Blanco. Very accurate, actually. That is how you build, how you manufacture consent for an invasion. Precisely. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that'll be Venezuela 2, the Cuba intervention coming soon. Can't wait.
To push out Massey. I think it's interesting that in none of the lead up to what you're discussing now with Thomas Massey, did anybody name the number one thing that caused Donald Trump to push out Massey in the first place, and that was his support, Massey's support for the Epstein files. That's why this is all happening. That's why Donald Trump turned on him, which is especially ironic given the fact that Trump and all of his administration officials were falling over themselves to demand the release of the...
Hold on, did Brian Tyler Cohen get some work done, or his hair is just different?
Epstein files when they were just on the campaign, but as soon as it became clear that Trump was implicated in those files, that his name was listed in those files, God knows how many times, then all of a sudden they wanted Massey out.
Brian, we all know that President Trump signed legislation to release millions of Epstein documents, and he is not
he signed the legislation
criminally in any of this.
3.5 million files they refused to release.
In any of this. So for you to imply that there are crimes committed is
where are the rest of the
dishonest.
files?
Ashley, your response to that.
So then why don't they release the other 3.5 million
files? That's not why President Trump went after Thomas Massey, as Ashley eloquently pointed out. But Ashley, please go ahead.
Yeah, no,
he's a saint.
I mean, Massey's been a problem for a long, long time. I mean, obviously, this is his 8th term. I mean, he doesn't vote with us ever.
Neither one of you think that the Epstein files had anything to do with Trump turning on Thomas Massey?
No,
Brian,
Massey hasn't voted for any of the Republican priorities. Not the big, big beautiful bill. Nothing.
It's funny to me. I understand. Like everybody has to pretend that the Epstein files on the right has to pretend the Epstein files are not a thing anymore.
They don't exist.
Everybody watching and everybody who's going to see this on the internet is going to know how clownish all of this is, that you are both pretending like the Epstein files had nothing to do with this, when the people that Trump has turned on, he's done as a direct result of their support for the Epstein files.
The president has been very clear over and over again for months why he believed that Thomas Massey was not the man for the job. The person who replaced him is a former Navy SEAL.
This goes back to that saying, right? If you repeat a lie enough times, people start to believe it. Like, it's drilled into these people's heads now.
Going to go in and vote for the party, for the country, for the president's agenda, when this is a district that President Trump won by 85%. You want to change the subject and talk about the Epstein files once again.
Answer me just one question. Did they release all of the files?
They are in the process of redacting to release all the files because we want to make sure, and I would hope you would agree with this. Look, I'm not going to allow a conversation that's supposed to be about elections to be derailed by you to talk about the Epstein files when you don't want to talk about how the Democrats lost tonight. They continue to lose. Ashley,
Thomas Massie is not in Congress for one reason.
Democrats are losing to President Trump. He is a leader of the party.
He co-sponsored the Epstein files.
Brian can't even tell me who's in charge of the Democratic Party because Barack Obama clearly isn't. He's losing.
Of course
so
he's
Ashley,
not.
what
Course,
shape are Democrats in when it comes to November? Brian,
you said Barack Obama?
I'm going to cut your mic. Stop talking over everybody. Nobody can hear you. No one can understand what you're saying. We'd like to have a conversation, not a
fucking pathetic.
I think it's interesting that in none of the lead up to
that was fucking pathetic. I'm gonna cut your mic. Wow. Oh, dude. But yeah, not to say the Democrats are actually doing anything better. Here's a little...
is long, and there is not one mention in the entire document.
Yeah, let's get to the autopsy.
The DNC just released their autopsy of what happened in the 2024 election to make Kamala Harris lose to Donald Trump. It's 192 pages long, and there is not one mention in the entire document of Israel, Gaza, or Palestine. An issue that was critical to young people. The genocide in Gaza was speaking though, during Biden's disastrous campaign, Kamala's equally disastrous campaign. And on top of that, climate change is mentioned once in the entire document. This is why the Democratic Party continues to be irrelevant at a national level. There is absolutely no attention paid to the needs of young people. We don't want wars. We don't want imperialism. We don't want to use fossil fuels anymore. And they stick their fingers in their ears and they just hum. And then they write 192 pages about what? What could you possibly be saying if you're not talking about how the young want a future? It's so, like, you know that meme where it's like, I'm not reading all that, but congratulations, or I'm sorry that happened to you? That's how everybody feels about that document if they're not going to mention the genocide in Gaza or the destruction of our biosphere. It is completely ridiculous, and the Democratic Party comes off like a joke when they do things like this.
There were no lessons learned. That's the point here, right? Is that there were no lessons learned, and they're gonna fucking do it again. That's really what's happening. Yeah, here's Ro Khanna.
Notice that it doesn't mention the word Gaza. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that Gaza was one of the big issues in the 2024 election. So first I skimmed it, the 192 pages, I didn't see Gaza. Then I put it into ChatGPT. I said, did I miss something?
Yeah, you learned nothing.
No Gaza. You know, this party needs to start telling hard truths. One of those truths is that Israel committed a genocide, that Israel is an apartheid
this
state.
Guy can say
we
it.
should not have given a single dollar to Israel.
Why can't the rest of the guys say it?
37 Democrats who voted against it, and that was an issue in 2024. It will be an issue in 2026. It will be an issue in 2028. So we need another report about the impact of Gaza on 2024 and on the Democratic Party.
Are you telling me that the Democratic Party of the United States is still heavily aligned with Israel, like with the interest of Israel? Because, you know, from what we've seen over the years and what we've come to a conclusion of is even with our own eyes that Israel is a far right leaning entity. Now, you, as the Democrat Party that claimed to be the leftist party of the United States, why do you associate yourself with a far right leaning nation? That doesn't make any sense. Why do you want me to support a far right nation if you claim to be leftist and then you expect me to have leftist values? Why would I support that? That doesn't make any sense. But I guess, you know, we got to do whatever the military says to do. But we don't want to do war, though. So, you know, we're anti-war. So okay, I guess we have to do war because, you know, what choice do we have? Guys, what is the choice here?
Well, all right, I finished my autopsy. How's it look? My formatting inspiration for the autopsy was 8-year-old writing his first essay on Microsoft Word in elementary school. So you're probably wondering how I got here. It all started back in the summer of '69. How much was I paid for this? Well, see, I'm an AI chatbot, so nothing. For my conclusion, I wrote something bold. Nothing. Because me was tired, and me wanted sleep, and it was... Guys, it's the real autopsy. It's not weird that it's missing all the interviews and canvassing that was reported on by Axios in February. But don't worry about that. I was writing and I was thinking, more disclaimers. More disclaimers. When I said I was a chatbot, I lied. I'm actually a 7th grader whose mom helped them out the night before this was due. Whether or not this was the real autopsy, it just shows you how competent we are at our jobs. Because we're so, we're editing everything. All right, I finished my...
Yeah, I mean, it's like they were like, all right, ChatGPT, give me the DNC autopsy, but don't talk about Gaza or Israel, none of that shit, all right? Just tell me why we lost. But yeah, they expect us to just be on board. One of the things I distinctly remember from the DNC is Mamala saying that we're gonna have the most lethal military in the world. Where's that gotten us? Guess here. What if we spent the Iran war budget on literally anything else? Huh. Try that.
All right, let's get straight to the point. We are still at war.
War is likely to resume.
There has not been an end to the war.
Allies appears to be growing.
And among the many reasons why that sucks, one major thing about war is the billions of dollars going to drones, ships, and now AI companies that'll give us minutes like these. We are going to pay a hell of a lot every single day for the next, who knows, both economically and with real human lives. So with so much up in the air right now, we thought we'd make a quick video to find out just how much it's all going to add up to, and then do a little math to see how we could have spent that money instead. Let's talk about what we know already. The first week in Iran racked up an $11.3 billion bill in munitions alone. Every day since has been an extra $2 billion on the pile. That is an insane amount of money. It's gonna get a lot worse. Just a month into the Iraq War, Bush revealed it had already cost the US $20 billion, or about $690 million a day. By that point, we'd been in Afghanistan for 2 years with no end in sight. But Bush was confident that Iraq would only take another 5 months or so and $20 billion more, so $40 billion total.
We must stop the terror. Now watch this drive.
Except 4 years later, as Bush was getting ready to leave office, we were still in Iraq, we were still in Afghanistan, and W was going to Congress asking for an extra $190 billion to keep everything going. It was only 20 years later we finally got the real price tag of the war on terror. $14 trillion. The Pentagon spent $14 trillion between 2001 and 2021, about $8 trillion of which went to the 9/11 wars specifically. That is more than the wealth of all these billionaires combined. And we can say with confidence that that money was well and truly wasted, between 30% and half.
Well, what could we have done with $14 trillion? That must not be a lot of money. I don't think we could have done anything with it. It's not, fine.
14 trillion went straight.
Please, by all means, take all of my money and do just drop bombs on children. Yeah,
to just 5 companies: Lockheed Martin, Boeing, General Dynamics, Raytheon, and Northrop Grumman. The rest was spent mostly on things like taking care of veterans, poorly for what it's worth, and paying back the war debt with interest, which has already added a full $1 trillion to the bill.
You know, when people are like, "Oh, you don't care about the military, you hate veterans, you hate our soldiers, you're not very American." Look at what the fucking government is doing, man. They give you fucking like a little tiny piece of the pie. and they're like, yeah, thanks for getting that PTSD. Yeah, you did a great job out there. Get fucked. Go be homeless. Like that. This is what the government's fucking giving you. This little tiny fucking piece of the pie. The rest of it goes to fucking military contractors.
And for what? The Taliban went from being in charge to still being in charge.
Yeah.
Millions of people died. The US is despised by an entire region and much of the world, and it didn't prevent any new wars from breaking out.
They already hated us, and now they hate us even more.
At last point, see, any news at all? All right, quick plug, then we'll get back to it. As always, want to respect your time, so here's a timestamp to skip ahead if you're not interested or not. And those who are on the fence, thank you so much. It really does mean the world to us.
Give him some money.
That's it. Back to the video. So, okay, let's imagine that we could learn from history and not throw another 14 extra big ones down the drain. How would we spend that money? Because we do have money problems. These days, about a third of us are skipping meals to afford healthcare. So let's start there. What would it cost to just fix that? Shockingly, only $290 billion per year. Max. That's it. That's what universal healthcare would cost us at the very most.
Yeah, but these companies would lose so much profits. How much would it cost for us to ensure that my favorite corporation, like, Optum or whatever, Optum RX or, United Healthcare, whatever fucking scam places, insurance places running like the hospitals or is involved with medical fucking like distributing medicine and all this stuff that are making massive profits. Like, how much would it cost to make sure that they're still making profits? Because I want to make sure that these companies are happy. Because if the company's not happy, then I'm not happy.
Just requested that the Pentagon's budget be up to $1.5 trillion per year.
Maximus?
Meaning we could give the war budget a 20% haircut, still be miles ahead of every other country militarily, and not starve ourselves for aspirin. Universal healthcare is the norm in every single wealthy country and in many less wealthy countries in the global south. It's a system that makes sure that anybody, regardless of how much they make or what they're going through, can see a doctor and get their prescriptions filled at no or very low cost. If that sounds insane to you, it's the...
Ooh, Maximus. Hell yeah. Yeah, who we serve you, the client, alright? This really helps you. Yeah, there you go. We're here for you. Veteran Services. Fantastic. We can't do any better, guys.
Norm for billions of people worldwide. Universal healthcare works by saving billions of dollars by eliminating price gouging and the need for useless insurance middlemen whose only job is to deny our claims. Here in the US, getting universal healthcare would mean no more medical bankruptcy, something that 500,000 Americans deal with every year and that affects exactly one country, the United States. For 30% of us, universal healthcare would literally be the difference between getting a life-saving procedure and eating that day. And that $290 billion figure is just the worst case.
But you know why we can't have universal healthcare? Then we wouldn't... Hold on.
How's it look? My formatting inspiration for the autopsy was...
of Americans have medical debt. Yeah. Oh, 41% of Americans carry some form of medical or dental debt. What percentage of Americans have crushing medical debt? When looking at severe crushing burdens, about 6% of adults owe more than $1,000 and millions owe upwards of $10,000. This is a great system we got here, guys. Like, if we had universal health care, these companies and these credit card companies as well, that you have to use your credit card because how else are you going to pay these things off? They wouldn't be benefiting as much.
scenario.
Gotta talk about profits, baby.
According to a painfully thorough Congressional Budget Office report, 4 out of 5 universal healthcare proposals currently on the table would actually save Americans between $42 and $743 billion a year. We'd only add to the budget if we chose the 5th option, which makes it a priority to pay providers and drug companies a lot, doing low cost sharing for individuals, and covering long-term support and services.
Yeah, we have to do option 5. Yeah.
In every other proposal, including Bernie's Medicare for All, we save money. But if we really wanted to spend on healthcare, since that is the point of this video, we could always just pay for people's medical debt and cancel all of it. That would only be a one-time $220 billion fee, and it wouldn't even make a dent in the Pentagon budget. How many of you watching are struggling with medical debt? How does it make
40%
you feel
of them.
that our government could just pay it all off with the stroke of a pen? But they won't.
2 out of 5 people.
Sorry, that money's spoken for. Gotta kill a bunch of school kids halfway around the world. Does that make your life better?
These kids aren't gonna bomb themselves, all right?
So,
I mean,
what else
in the
can we
movies
do?
they do.
Let's do something fun and notoriously expensive, like high-speed rail. While countries like France, Japan, China all get to enjoy convenient cross-country travel on bullet trains from the future, we're stuck waiting 5 hours at TSA because it's too expensive. So let's imagine that tomorrow Congress suddenly went crazy. Let's imagine they decided enough was enough and we should replace the entire Amtrak network with high-speed rail. This is not something anybody's asking for. It is not something that makes sense. Every single HSR plan is way more conservative in terms of scale, but let's just be wild. At roughly $130 million per kilometer, according to this graph in Financial Times, the California High-Speed Rail IOS is one of the most expensive high-speed rail projects we have.
We gotta do it right, all right?
If we were to match the 21,000 miles of Amtrak lines and build a high-speed rail network of that length at the California HSR costs, the total would still only be $4.4 trillion. It would cost half as much as 20 years of war in the Middle East. Just imagine, those 20 years could have been spent very differently, and by the end of it, we wouldn't have millions of abandoned and suicidal veterans, millions of deaths, and cities all over the world reduced to rubble. We would have...
I gotta. As long as I'm here, how many veterans in the U.S. S-word every year? Oh, that's a pretty big number. Oh, we can't help them either, I guess. We got
a completely transformed country we could actually travel around in. Again, I'm not saying this is a reasonable project. I'm saying that we could have handed the dot over to a coked up Yimby Numtot with a blank check in 2001 and still have ended up with a more sensible spending program than the Pentagon. I think you get the idea, so let's just do a couple more quick ones. Head Start, free preschool for low-income kids, is only $12 billion a year. Cancer research, $7 billion from Congress a year. Solving homelessness, $9.6 billion. These are all large sums of money, but they are pocket change compared to what we spend.
JT just wants to take all the profits from all the credit card companies.
Any of those amounts, and the military wouldn't even notice a difference. Even big-ticket items like free higher education, a plan that would completely eliminate costs at four-year public colleges, would only run $70 billion a year. Even truly ambitious projects like ending world hunger are estimated by the UN to only cost $93 billion. 25 times more money goes missing from the Pentagon's balance sheets every year. Look, the point isn't to say that there's no room in this world for countries to spend on their military. But when just 5 companies get trillions while people starve, our priorities just aren't set right. And I have trouble believing that those priorities are
How do I know that these companies are getting trillions of dollars every year or every day? It's almost like there's a website you can go to, the U.S. Department of War. Okay. What's today? The 22nd? This is the 21st. Who got money yesterday? Let's see. These guys, they only got $500,000. That's not. Oh, no, wait. Estimated multiple award contracts is $452 million. I didn't see the extra zeros. Okay. All right. So that was yesterday. Also yesterday, this company, Science Applications International Corporation in Virginia, $122 million. All right. Lockheed Martin. All right. Yeah, they always need my money. $52 million. That's cool. Yeah. Now they need more money. Okay, $3 million and then $19 million. All right, that's okay. Nuclear equipment, $51 million. This award brings the total cumulative face value of a contract to $350 million. All right. This is in one day. All right. Huntington Ingalls, 24 cool flat $24 million. All right. Rockwell Collins, $16 million. General Atomics, that sounds important, $15 million. This is all the Pentagon, by the way. The Air Force, these guys, $89 million for modification, yeah. And CCI Group in Anchorage, Alaska, $25 million. Norfolk Dredging in Virginia, $45 million. Another Inland Dredging, $11 million. That's steel. Upstate Construction, $10 million. That's it. That's it for yesterday. Man, I'm glad we don't see the same guys on here every single day, pretty much, right? Bollinger Shipyards, $95 million. RTX, also known as Raytheon, $30 million. Huntington Ingle again, $12 million. Honeywell, the guys that make air filters, $250 million. Northrop Grumman, $50 million, $49 million even. John Hopkins, hell yeah, $23 million. Correction, these guys actually got $94 million. Dude, the millions are just fucking being divvied out left and right. Oh, these guys again, $700 million. Boeing, $250 million. Boeing again, $400 million for a total of $800 million. So yeah, this is just public information, right? Like they post that every day. Nobody looks at it.
Set with us in mind when those same 5 companies spend $2.5 billion hiring 700 lobbyists. They need wars. We don't. We need good jobs, healthcare, education, housing, clean air, public transportation, all things that can be tackled given an appropriate budget. But no budget like that is ever gonna be written so long as we put war criminals in charge. It's time for the gloves to come off, friends. I'm gonna speak to you as plainly as I can here. My fellow Americans, look, I don't know where you fall on the political spectrum. We may disagree on just about everything, but I don't think we disagree on this. Everyone, every doctor and waitress, every hairdresser and soldier, every musician and manager, they all know things are getting worse. We feel it every day. We feel it in the potholes on our daily commute, in our rent and mortgage payments at the end of each month. We feel it in the medical bills no other country has to pay. We feel it in the disregard for our homeless, our elderly, our children. Every aspect of our lives is getting worse. And for what? For what? So the people in power can stay in power? So lobbyists can get jobs in government and politicians can get jobs as lobbyists in an endless cycle of screwing the little guy who exists in a completely different world and has to play by an entirely different set of rules? I don't know about you, but none of my friends and coworkers are on Epstein's list. A whole lot of the people in charge are. There is no reason that we should put up with this country becoming a complete hellhole for 99.9% of us for the sake of, let's be honest here, geriatric bureaucrats, billionaire psychopaths, and unaccountable, alleged pedophiles. There is no reason we should allow these freaks to kill our fellow human beings all over the planet for the sake of their wallets. The people they're killing have done nothing to deserve their murder. And even if they were bad people, what gives a country halfway around the world the right to violate their airspace, invade their country, and kill their men, women, and children indiscriminately?
That's right, JT. We should only do it to the countries that are near us.
That's our money you're using to kill those people. Spend it on us instead. Are there more principled arguments to make? Yes. Will this one resonate with the average American? Absolutely. I think it's the only one that will. We have seen this time and again. What that says about us as a society, that's for you to decide. But the bottom line is this. If a mass of Americans say enough is enough, stop screwing us so you can play world police, that will materially benefit both our families and the families on the other side of the world staring down the barrel of US guns for no goddamn reason except to keep the rich and powerful rich and powerful.
Exactly.
This country is not what we have been told it is. It is time to wake up and realize that.
Good video. Good video. Fantastic work. As always. Alright. Oh yeah, Ryan Grimm posted clip from Sky News. Good on Sky News.
Can you explain why?
I gotta crank this up a little bit. There we go.
Admiral Mark Stone from Sky News. Can you explain why you cannot reveal what happened in Manab?
Hey, how you doing?
Investigations.
Investigations on.
For how long can you hide behind an investigation is ongoing, sir?
Yeah.
We have a team in Manab right now. They have seen what happened. They have seen no evidence of a Iranian missile base there. For how long can you hide behind an investigation is happening, sir? When will the investigation conclude? Admiral, can you tell us when the
Everybody
investigation
here
will
is
conclude?
complicit.
Can you say anything to the families who died in Manab, sir?
Every single person.
Stop. This is the interpretation of the US economy right now. This is Mike. As he faces the choice of filling up with gas, he realizes he is paying for a war that he never supported but cannot stop. Thus, he goes home through the failing pothole-ridden infrastructure, and a quote haunts his brain. Getting screwed is a small price to pay for Iran to not have nuclear weapons.
They can't have a nuclear weapon,
You left
guys.
out the next part.
What's the next part? Keep dancing.
The next part is we get to November and we win some elections and we change control of the House and the Senate and things are much better.
Oh my God, give it up for the Hans. This is the
Interpretive dance can change the world. We need these guys. I need the interpretive dance guy everywhere. If only we could have him everywhere. It would fix everything. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe we restart the war. Oh, this is from a couple weeks ago. I wanted to watch this. This is 2 weeks ago. How is a depleted Iran damaging so many U.S. bases?
Unprecedented destruction. A CNN investigation discovering Iran has caused extensive damage to a majority of the U.S. military sites in the region. Precise Iranian missile and drone strikes, aided by sophisticated Chinese technology, hitting some of America's most crucial military assets in the Middle East. The extent of the damage unknown until
Good
now.
thing our president didn't go to China.
Is out front.
Camp Buehring, Kuwait. American soldiers enjoying a karaoke night at one of the biggest U.S. military hubs in the Gulf. That was then. This is now.
No!
A once bustling American microcity in the desert, nearly empty and heavily damaged after
We'll
a
never do
weeks-long barrage of
karaoke night
Iranian
there
missiles
again.
and
I'll
drones.
never get to do karaoke
One of
there.
many
Fuck.
U.S. military facilities in the oil-rich Arabian
That's
Peninsula
it.
targeted by
I'm for
Iran,
the war
even
now.
as the U.S. and Israel pummeled the Islamic Republic's large arsenal. So what impact have Iran's strikes had on America's footprint in the Middle East? A CNN investigation found evidence of unprecedented destruction. We can reveal that strikes damaged at least 16 U.S. installations across 8 countries. According to our analysis and sourcing, that's the majority of American military positions in the region, and some of them are virtually unusable now. A U.S. source familiar with the situation told us that they've never seen anything like this at American bases, that these were rapid, targeted strikes.
What song are you doing at the bombed air base? No, you can't do bombs over Baghdad. That's like too much of a given. And still have to go Outcast. We'd have to do the whole world, right? Yeah, the whole world loves it.
Using advanced technology. Iran's main targets: multi-million-dollar aircraft like this Boeing E-3 Sentry, which gave the U.S. a huge amount of visibility over the Gulf. It's out of production. And in today's money, it's worth nearly $500 million. Critical communications equipment. Look at these giant golf balls. They're known as radomes, and they protect satellite dishes vital for data transmission.
Not
in
anymore.
this case alone, Iran destroyed all but one of the radomes less than a month into the war.
We got one, it's still good.
Crucially, radar systems. Highly sophisticated, expensive, difficult to replace, and critical to air defense.
We got infinite money, man. Don't worry about it, all right?
Familiar with damage assessments, describe these as the most cost-effective of the targets. Our radar systems, they said, are our most expensive and our most limited resource in the region.
For U.S. allies in the region, there's a dilemma. In some ways, Iran's show of force makes the U.S.'s presence in the region even more necessary to Gulf security. But there's a new reality here, which is that U.S. military installations, previously seen as formidable fortresses, have turned into sitting targets. As a Saudi source told me, the war has shown Saudi Arabia, that's the U.S.'s longest-standing Arab ally, that the alliance with the U.S. cannot be exclusive, and it is not, in their words, impregnable.
To get a sense of just how vulnerable U.S. facilities have become, have a look at this. It's the war room at Qatar's El Udeid Air Base, the theater command and control hub for U.S. air power across 21 nations. Struck not just once, but twice. And according to a U.S. source, causing significant damage. The base had been largely evacuated at this point, and no casualties were reported. Iran's visibility over its targets has never been clearer. In 2024, according to the Financial Times, Tehran secretly acquired a Chinese satellite, known as the TEE-01B, a massive upgrade from its own satellites. That means that Tehran went from looking at images of this quality to this. This is the first time America has fought an adversary with satellites that capture high-res imagery almost as detailed as its own. As the scale of the damage comes into
they
focus,
bought the satellite.
many
What
will
about the
wonder
free
whether
market?
America's
Tell me we don't believe in the free market? I mean, people should be able to just buy whatever they want, right?
presence, once a protective shield in the Middle East, has turned into its Achilles heel.
Responding to our findings, a Pentagon official said that the Defense Department does not discuss damage assessments, but that U.S. forces remain fully operational with the same readiness and combat effectiveness. We also understand from our sources that the vast majority of U.S. troops evacuated their positions in the Middle East, with many working from the relative safety of hotels and apartments in the Arabian Peninsula.
What stands out to you about all this?
Well, Aaron, what's interesting is that the U.S. intercept rate is likely somewhat.
She said the secret word there that they were staying at hotels, right?
Peninsula.
What stands out to you about all
hotels and apartments in the Arabian Peninsula?
I mean, that's why everyone was getting their own personal 9/11 at those at hotels and
What stands
and
out to you
apartment
about all
buildings.
this?
Well, Aaron, what's interesting is that the U.S. intercept rate is likely somewhere in the 95% level
It's the
right
5%
now.
that matters.
These look predominantly like drone strikes. That's our assessment. The Shaheeds that did this rather than Iranian ballistic missiles.
I mean,
but
like,
it does show
it's a saying, right? Like you got to get it right every time. They only got to get it right once, and that's what matters here.
If the intercept rate is somewhere around the 95% level, that 5% or so are getting through and they are having damage. So the system that the U.S. has in place is not foolproof. It's very good, but it's not foolproof. And I would just say, sort of big picture, of your shift to the Indo-Pacific with the PLA, the Chinese People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, U.S. bases across the region, Japan, Philippines, and other places, are going to be at much more severe danger than what we're seeing now in the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when you talk about with the damage done by the drones, right, that the missile interceptor rate may be, exceptional. 5% can cause huge damage, but then there's the drones. You have done incredible reporting, you and all of CSIS, on the depletion of U.S. Offensive capabilities, missile inventories specifically as well. Trump was asked about that earlier today. Seth, I wanted to play part of what he said.
All over the world we have inventory, and we can take that if we need it. But all over the world we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started.
More than double what we had when this started, and tremendous amounts of inventory. I mean, what do you even make of such comments? Obviously false when it comes to things like Tomahawks, but what do you make overall?
Well, I think what's important is that not all missiles are created equal. I mean, one of the advantages the U.S. had over time in Iran was that it had air dominance. It could use short-range missiles like Joint Direct Attack Munitions, or JDAMs. The problem that the U.S. has in the Pacific right now is it's going to have to use long-range missiles because the Chinese have such extensive capabilities to hit targets in what we call the first and second island chains, like out to Guam. And there, the U.S. stockpiles of long-range munitions, like Tomahawks, like JASSMs, like long-range anti-ship missiles, LRASMs, they are in very limited supply right now, and the same thing with the interceptors. So what really matters in this discussion is not missiles per se. It's not helpful to talk about.
Actually, you know what? Hold on. I need to go to the bathroom, and I need to get something to drink. Thank you for arriving.
Welcome to the internet.
Enjoy this.
Look around. Anything that brain of yours can think of can be found. We've got mountains of content.
Welcome
better, to
the internet.
If none of it's of interest to you, you'd be the first. Welcome to the internet. Come and take a seat. Would you like to see the news or any famous women's feet? There's no need to panic. This isn't a
Never
test.
post feet for free.
Just nod or shake your head and we'll do the rest. Welcome to the internet. What would you prefer? Would you like to fight for civil rights or tweet a racial slur? Be happy, be horny, be bursting with rage. We got a million different ways to engage. Welcome to the internet. Put your cares aside. Here's a tip for straining pasta. Here's a 9-year-old who died. We got movies and doctors and fantasy sports and a bunch of colored pencil drawings of all the different characters in Harry Potter fucking each other. Welcome to the internet. Hold on to your socks, cause a random guy just kindly sent you photos of his cock. They are grainy and off-putting. He just sent you more. Don't act surprised, you know you like it, you whore. See a man beheaded, get offended, see a shrink. Show us pictures of your children, tell us every thought you think. Start a rumor, buy a broomer, send a death threat to a boomer, or DM a girl and groomer, do a zoomer, find a tumor in your. Here's a healthy breakfast option. You should kill your mom. Here's why women never fuck you. Here's how you can build a bomb. Which Power Ranger are you? Take this quirky quiz. Obama sent the immigrants to vaccinate your kids. Could I interest you in everything, all of the time? A little bit of everything, all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Anything and everything, all of the time. Could I interest you in everything, all of the time? A little bit of everything, all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Anything and everything, all of the time. You know, it wasn't always like this. Not very long ago, just before your time, right before the towers fell, circa 99. This was catalogs, travel blogs, a chat room or two. We set our sights and spent our nights waiting for you. teachable you. Mommy let you use her iPad. You were barely 2, and it did all the things we designed it to do. In your hand.
We're back. All right, I'm back. Go away.
Missiles in general. It's the missiles you need to deter in specific situations.
Which I think is just so crucial, and what you lay out there is so important, and it's important for Americans to understand all of this and the truth. Obviously, you know, what he said there is at best extremely misleading about something so important for national security. He also talked today, Seth, about something about Iran, right? What does Iran really have left? Okay, the military, and he was very specific. Here he is.
They got nothing.
We get the radical left to say, we're not winning. We're not winning. They don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually, I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know the truth? It's treasonous.
And he said that Iran is, they've got nothing
You say
left.
we're losing, that's
okay.
treason.
You've looked specifically at that, and you found that Iran does still have a lot left when you look at drones, you look at missile launchers.
Yeah, Aaron. I mean, look, there's no question, first of all, that Iran has its capabilities across the boards are degraded. The video you showed of U.S. bases, what the extent of the damage in Iran is much more significant than what U.S. bases have received. Nevertheless, despite that damage, the Iranians have hid stuff underground. So they still have 40% or so, our assessment, of their drone capabilities left, and then maybe 60% or so of their missile launchers. So they do still have the capability to fire missiles and drones, and that makes them still a dangerous adversary. And as you just noted in your reporting, they're getting help from the Chinese, and I would add the Russians as well.
All right. Seth Jones, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah, why don't you do something about it then, bitch? Huh? Keep blaming like China and Russia. Like, why don't you fucking go do something about it then? No? We'll just keep invading small countries then. Your hero ideas are stupid. I love this. Anyways. But is America out of ammo? Hold on.
Experts warn the U.S. military is in danger of running out of critical missiles. They claim U.S. forces burned through 50% of their arsenal in just a few weeks of the war in Iran. The American think tank CSIS warned that it'll take between 2 and 5 years to rebuild America's arsenal at this point. Others claim that
this guy said that we're good, bro. We got all the missiles we need and more. All right. Shut up.
Decade. But is that really the case? Public estimates of weapon stockpiles in the past have been wrong. It was widely reported that Russia would run out of missiles within 3 months of the start of the war in Ukraine. This turned out to be incorrect. The media claimed that Iran was nearly out of missiles in 2025, which also turned out to be wrong. I've been lied to and hurt before in the past. How can I trust you now when you tell me that the US military, which spends $1 trillion on defense each year, is running out of ammo? Sir, how many Tomahawks did we just fire? Yes. Roger. Today, I thought it would be interesting to look
Where did all the money go again? I don't know. We just blew it all at one time.
Country's classified weapons stockpile.
We need more. We need more money,
too many missiles aren't fired, and is the U.S. really running out of ammo? The first way to determine what's left in a stockpile is by looking at the Pentagon's own public estimates. The Pentagon themselves reported that they fired off a gigantic load, striking 13,000 Iranian targets in the war. But how much of that was from the critical munitions stockpile? Multiple sources state the U.S. expended 850 Tomahawk cruise missiles, or about 30% of the total stockpile. Over 1,000 of the long-range joint air-to-surface standoff missiles, JASSMs, were then fired from fighter jets, roughly 20% of the inventory. These munitions flew hundreds of miles to blow up heavily defended Iranian ballistic missile launchers deep in the country. Once the skies were safer from that initial standoff strikes, then U.S. forces reportedly switched to dropping thousands of relatively cheap JDAM bombs from F-15 bomb trucks with big dumpers. JDAMs are typically launched from only 15 miles away from their target. The Air Force maintains a gigantic inventory of over 200,000 of these, and they continue to add 30,000 more per year. Okay, so those aren't going anywhere anytime soon. During the course of the Iran
those
war,
are what
Iranian
Israel drops
forces
on
fired
Gaza, by the way.
thousands of drones and missiles. In order to defend against that incoming fire, U.S. warships and the Navy shot off more than 20% of their critical SM-3 and SM-6 interceptors.
Those things cost millions of dollars each one.
Allegedly taken on board the USS Ford aircraft carrier, says that the closest Iranian missile that got to the aircraft carrier was about 15 miles away, too close for comfort. Meanwhile, on the ground, US forces shot off their Patriot missile interceptors to defend
Hold up. GQ counter 3, longest GQ 26 hours. Closest missile 15 nautical miles. Closest drone 5 nautical miles. Fleets entered 3. Presidents kidnapped 1. Countries bombed 2. Oil tankers stolen 5.
Got to the aircraft carrier was about 15 miles away, too close for
doing,
comfort.
man?
Meanwhile, on the ground, U.S. forces shot off their Patriot missile interceptors to defend 7 different countries in the Gulf. 1,400 of these were reportedly depleted, or allegedly about 50% of the rounds. To give you an idea of how intense the initial fighting was, one new report claims that an Iranian F-5 fighter jet bombed Camp Buring in Kuwait. Similar burn rates were reported for the Army's precision strike missiles fired from HIMARS THAAD interceptors, but can civilian experts, open source intelligence, and the media really know these top secret classified numbers, and what is their record of accuracy when it comes to claiming inventories are low? And we're gonna get into all that in a minute, but first, today's episode is sponsored by Abacus AI. As a new father, the thing that I use these, the vast majority of the remaining 80% of America's JASM extended range air-launched missiles were just allocated to the Middle East, leaving only around 400 remaining for the rest of the whole world, enough to last for 30 days to defend Taiwan. But the real question is whether or not this anonymous source actually has classified access.
I don't think we're gonna win the Taiwan thing. All right?
The full end-to-end operational picture of total ammo inventory for America, or if they're just speculating based on numbers that they are actually familiar with. Knowing a country's total weapons stockpile is some of the world's most closely guarded and valuable information. In fact, Russia, China, and the United States intelligence services have poured millions of dollars over the past few years into trying to figure out each other's stockpiles and production rates. We know this is the case because of recently declassified intelligence documents. Look at this sanitized top secret assessment of China's growing missile stockpile from 1971, closely tracking their progress. I like how the case officer here writing this report kind of acknowledges how unsure they are about the exact numbers, saying, quote, there might be 10 medium range ballistic missiles, maybe, maybe not. These assessments are built from multiple different sources, from spies to tracking cargo trucks. However, getting these kind of ammunition numbers as a civilian in the media is a much bigger challenge. Figuring out how many tanks, aircraft, and troops an army has as a civilian is much easier than determining how much ammunition is on the shelf. This is partly because ammunition cannot be seen even with today's satellite images that civilians can purchase. You cannot purchase photos of classified US weapons inventories off Craigslist, and if you do, you might go to prison for it. Ammo is stored in hidden covered warehouses. They're not freeballing it out in open fields like main battle tanks. It's buried deeply in forward locations. It's spread out and distributed to thousands of forward bases and outposts around the world, and then thousands of separate units. Anyone who's worked retail can appreciate how much of a nightmare doing military inventory is. The Pentagon doesn't make this any easier to track for us. They do not publish total inventories for key munitions. Thanks a lot, Pentagon. They rarely publish numbers of expended munitions. The government does not publish information on surge rate production capacity. So we're left with guessing based on information cobbled together from public contracts and anonymous sources. Essentially, TMZ levels of credibility. No, worse than that. TMZ does some of the best open source intelligence reports on people out there. The CIA should hire them. But what about the anonymous sources speaking to the press. A major
How do we know
challenge with
TMZ
estimating
isn't part
weapon
of the
stockpiles,
CIA?
even for people familiar with some of the spreadsheets around them, is the compartmentalization of information. The way it works is a program officer in the US military will be cleared to know about peacetime production rates for a certain type of ammo. Then a CENTCOM logistics officer in the Middle East will only know the total allocation of missiles to the theater. Then a logistician will know how many missiles their specific ship or unit actually expended in combat. Unless you're a very specific type of high-ranking general, you won't know all three of these numbers at the same time. The logistician, who sees a small slice of the picture, can speculate about the rest of the inventory, those numbers, but it'll be incomplete. In reality, there are only about 100 people total across the highest levels of the US government and military that are in a position to know those three numbers at the same time. Total inventory, how much was expended, and how fast it can be replenished. And those people are not the type that are speaking to the press about it. So how does the media get a good estimate on pre-existing stockpiles then? In the US, they start by looking at public weapons contracts like the document here and these defense company announcements here, and here. Gotta love the military-industrial complex for their press releases. See how this announcement from 2004 shows that up to 2,200 Tomahawk missiles would be delivered. Keyword, up to. This is one of the ways that they keep the exact number in the inventory uncertain. Meanwhile, in Russia and China, the authorities do not release these contract numbers publicly, so assessing the numbers there is legit doing it on hard mode. However, the US does hide some details. There are classified budget lines which further hide total weapon stockpiles. The last estimate of the US military's black budget is over $80 billion. That's nearly 10% of the entire defense budget. That's where they stick their UFO and anti-gravity research. But the point is, there are a lot of weapons on the shelf that are produced that we in the public aren't privy to. However, despite this, it's actually the total inventory of ammo which are likely to be the most accurate estimates. Because when it comes to the total number of ammo expended in combat and the total production capacity, those are the two variables to the equation which are the most difficult for the public to determine, and we'll learn why. One of the big problems here is there is a big difference between missiles allocated to a war and total missiles expended. If 1,000 Tomahawk missiles are allocated to CENTCOM for a war, that number is often confused and conflated and simplified by the media to be the total number of actually expended or fired in combat. Alex Muse, former Marine, put it this way: any munition has 5 distinct quantities associated with it: total national inventory, the quantity allocated to a theater, the quantity committed to a specific operation, the quantity actually expended. So often the media will collapse those into one category of just used munitions. Typically, US military doctrine is to expend roughly 50% of critical munitions that are allocated to a theater and to leave a buffer room. Assuming the high number of missiles fired is accurate, these were accounted for in advance. They were priced in, so to speak. It's like when you go to the casino and you only take the amount of money with you that you're comfortable with losing. War planning is the same thing. You only take the amount of missiles with you to a war that you're comfortable with losing. So whose job is it to make sure the US doesn't fire too many missiles?
Is it that guy? Is this guy here? It looks like it's this guy's job.
This field manual, JP40 Logistics, outlines how war reserve munition planning actually works. Joint Munitions Office, JMO, plans all phases of ammunition support for forces. JMO typically has a mix of munitions and logistics planners from each service. Of particular importance are Joint Critical Munitions, which are the set of precision-guided munitions with limited inventories absolutely essential to prosecuting required targets and for which there are no suitable secondary standard munitions alternatives. So the Joint Munitions Office is in charge of making sure the allocated amount of critical munitions do not run too low. They've been doing this since 2002, managing 18 arsenal depots and ammo plants across the world worth $70 billion, everything from bullets to missiles.
An interesting way to estimate the stockpile is we know that Joint Munitions Command revealed that they look after $39 billion worth of missiles, and an anonymous source said that $5.6 billion worth of missiles were fired in the first 2 days of the war, which is about 15%. JMO has 14,000 personnel, and they have a budget of $1 billion just to do this one job, to make sure the US military manages its ammo inventory correctly. But it's the guys in JMO and logistics who make sure they can sustain the fight. Take a look at the United States
States Patriot PAC-3 missile interceptors fired off in the Iran war. How did experts conclude 1,400 were fired? They didn't have someone standing there counting every time a Patriot fired its missile off, and if they did, can I have that job? It sounds cool. The estimate is actually arrived at by assuming typical burn rates given how many missiles Iran fired. Some estimates place the total inventory of Patriots to be at 13,000 rounds, so that would mean it's closer to 15 or 10% that were fired. The number of how many munitions are expended in a war are reverse engineered, which is a fancy way of saying they guessed. One capability that we do know for a fact is running low on missiles is the long-range hypersonic Dark Eagle. The US is considering deploying this to the Middle East to Iran for the first time in combat ever. It was developed to knock out ballistic missiles on mainland China originally from over 1,800 miles away, and it reaches those targets in just 20 minutes, so the enemy can't escape after firing. It's got a small warhead of about 60 pounds on it that fires out fragments like shrapnel over a grid square area. But its real power is in its kinetic energy. The thing is going at Mach 5. If you even fling a sandbag at that speed, it's like a stick of dynamite. And this probably weighs 1,000 pounds. But there's a challenge. There are only 8 of these missiles in the inventory currently, and they're $15 million a shot.
What are we doing?
Of course, make other launchers in Iran think twice about firing and revealing their position, but is it even worth expending this type of bespoke, nice, fancy ammo? If we assume all the numbers are correct though, and 50% of most critical munitions really were expended, would the US be low on ammunition? It's hard to tell, because the next number that you need to know in the stockpile equation is production capacity. This is the number that the media and experts both have been the least accurate in determining. 6 months after the start of the war in Ukraine, analysts from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, said that the majority of Russian missiles left remaining were only old Soviet anti-aircraft S-300 missiles. They said Russia can't continue that level of effort very long. This assessment made a lot of sense at the time. Many anonymous US officials were also saying to the media that Russia was just a few months away from running out of ammo. They were estimated to have depleted between 50 and 80% of their ballistic missiles after the first few months of the war. This Pentagon official claimed that Russia would be out of ammo by 2023, but these reports turned out to be inaccurate in hindsight and gave an unclear, misleading picture of the war in the beginning. Where was all this information coming from? It came from the top a lot of time. US Defense Secretary at the time, Lloyd Austin, said, quote, "I'm not sure Russia has those kind of munitions to be able to support that going forward," end quote. Britain's Ministry of Defense also publicly said that Russia had likely expended a large portion of its stocks of Iskander short-range ballistic missiles in the opening of the war. And they weren't entirely wrong either. Early on, it looked like sanctions would drastically slow down any future weapons production. But then something unexpected happened that changed the whole equation. A year later, in 2023, experts had reversed course. They wrote that Russia was not going to run out of missiles anytime soon. In 2025, CSIS said that the ability to fire nearly 150 ballistic missiles in a single month shows that despite sanctions and battlefield attrition, Russia's strike infrastructure remains resilient and capable of periodic surges. In 2026, Russia continues to launch barrages of hundreds of precision missiles. How could these early estimates of ammo
How could we have been so wrong?
Be so far off? How could Russia, that spends $167 billion a year on defense, only a small fraction of what the US spends on defense, manage to not run low on ammo? There are a lot of really interesting reasons why this is the case, and it gets to the heart of why estimating total ammo is so difficult. Russia devoted an enormous amount of resources to surge production capacity for missiles at the expense of many other industries in their economy. They sacrificed more than experts had anticipated that they would. Russia turned their economy into a wartime footing focused on producing weapons of all kinds. North Korea delivered millions of artillery shells. Iran, China delivered drone and missile components that helped circumvent sanctions. Because of these variables that experts did not account for,
the sanctions didn't work.
They got it wrong.
Again.
This is because surge production has the most variables to account for. And the same case is true in America. Raytheon just publicly announced the annual Tomahawk missile production is scaling up to over 1,000 missiles per year. But it's unclear what numbers they will actually reach and when. These estimates do not take into account emergency authorities like the Defense Production Act, which can change the speed of production by an order of magnitude. Russia and Ukraine did their own version of this in the war. In 2025, there were multiple reports that Iran was running out of ballistic missiles after the initial 12-day war with the United States and Israel. This CNN analyst team assessed Iran could have as few as 300 to 1,300 medium-range missiles left in their inventory. This turned out to be wrong, though. Why? Partly because Iran surged missile production way faster than most experts had expected. We've been hearing about how the US military has been running low on missiles for years now. Ever since Javelin missiles were sent to Ukraine, we've heard reports of shortages. Then when the Navy sent their fleet to the Red Sea to fight against the Houthis, we heard missiles were low again. We've heard that the interceptor missiles were heavily depleted during the 12-day war. The Pentagon, meanwhile, is asking for $70 billion to ramp up missile production to restock. But the most pressing real danger of munition shortfalls, I think, is not that the US military is close to running out of ammo yet. First, it means that US allies may go without ammo. And that's what we're seeing happen today. Japan will get Tomahawk missiles much later than expected. This could mean delays in deliveries for Ukraine, who may get less or no air defense missile interceptors to defend themselves. The same case could be true in Taiwan. The US takes inventory from its allies way before they reach warning levels for their own stockpiles. The countries that will hurt from this the most are US allies that depend on these deliveries. This has a major impact on geopolitics. We saw Russia choose not to send air defense and weapons to their allies recently, and this may have been because stockpiles were enough to fight in Ukraine, but not enough left over to arm allies. Russia chose not to send missiles to Venezuela or Iran before the US took military action there. The US military maintains what's called war reserve stocks for allies, Israel, which is billions of dollars worth of missiles and artillery shells positioned in Israel. There are other similar classified war reserve inventories around the world.
They need those bombs so they can drop them on kids in Gaza.
That the US would first pull into and dip into and take from before strategic reserves. The US could increasingly find itself making the same type of difficult decisions that Russia has had to make in places like Syria, Venezuela, and Iran. The other real point of pain is that replacing these stockpiles of missile inventories is extremely expensive to taxpayers. It'll cost millions of dollars to replace these spent systems. Regardless of if the US is running low on ammo or not, it's likely that the war in Iran has cost tens of billions of dollars so far. And that is really what this CSIS publication is saying. It's not saying the US is running low on ammo, it's saying the US may have to make difficult trade-offs in the future if the war continues.
That's why we
One of the problems with
That's why you guys can't have daycare, all right? We got to build some fucking bombs so we can send them over to Israel so they can drop them on some kids.
Stockpiles is a risk of it not being needed. Experts warned that the US forces were running low on Javelin missiles when they were sending them to Ukraine at the start of the war. It was a reasonable concern at the time, given the information on the ground. However, these variables changed in the war, because not even a year later, Ukraine had started replacing the use of Javelins with drones. The US military-industrial complex is also moving towards low-cost, high-volume missiles, drones,
other people figured it out.
Future wars. Weapon stockpiles that are needed at the start of a war are not always the same ones needed later phases of a war. If estimating weapon stockpiles are difficult and have often proven to be wrong in the past, why is this information leaked to the media to begin with? There are several interesting motivations for why anonymous officials leak and release information that Russian stockpiles were low, for instance. One of the reasons is psychological. To create panic in your adversary. Leakers are hoping that some Russian troops will believe the dire
the other
reports.
thing it
These
seems like to
reports
me
have been used
that
as a
we're
way to
doing here
influence
by saying that the U.S. is running low on stockpile is, again, manufacturing consent so that whenever Trump comes out and says, oh, well, we don't have money for daycare, you can't have money for that, guys. We're running low on ammo. We gotta send these millions and billions of dollars over to fucking Raytheon so they can build some more missiles. Do you want your kid to live? Because we're trying to bomb some kids in another country so they don't live. But if we don't do that, then the other country's gonna win, and we all die. I mean, of course, that's the conclusion here. We got to do this stuff.
The public into accepting higher defense spending. John F. Kennedy during the 1960s argued the U.S. was falling behind the Soviet Union in ICBM production to justify higher spending. In reality, the U.S. actually had more operational ICBM missiles than the USSR at the time. On the other hand, some reports of stockpiles being depleted were released to influence the U.S. public into not supporting sending more weapons to Ukraine. There is always this element of trying to influence silence the public with assessments of weapon stockpiles. It's long been a part of the information or propaganda war. Early in the war in Ukraine, news of low Russian stockpiles were used to drum up support, and investing in Ukraine's defense was vital because victory was close. We only can assess their accuracy months later. Ultimately, who is responsible for ensuring munitions aren't overused? That's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. Specifically, he has the job of making sure strategic stockpiles are enough for other contingencies. The amount of offensive weapons that they commit to a fight takes that into account. But one thing has remained true throughout all these assessments of weapons stockpiles over the years. Somehow, time and time again, humanity seems to run out of people to throw at a war long before they run out of weapons. Check out this video here on the US Army's new 30mm rifle with explosive bullets. I got to be the first one to shoot the prototype, or this playlist here. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Thank you guys for watching and ending.
Yeah, you can't point at shit on my screen. That shit's turned off. Oh yeah, that's 2 days ago. They post like their final video. I'm surprised this page is still. Is this the final video? 48 minutes, man. Damn, no wonder he took him off there. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll check that out later. Let's see. Where was it going with this? Oh, yeah. I can go this direction. Staying on Iran.
What do you think is the future? What happens in the next couple of weeks? You know, we're facing a global energy crisis, and the longer it goes on, the worse it gets for everybody, and including Iran. I mean, it's getting worse and worse and worse.
Donald Trump said the clock was ticking and the Iranians should move fast.
Yo, thank you for the gifted subs.
Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
Joe Biden is asleep.
Or nothing will be left of them.
What happens over the next few weeks, maybe a few months? I don't know.
No one really can control the boundaries of war. War is like a fire. If you do not extinguish it, it will simply expand.
We're here with Esmail Bagoui, spokesperson for the foreign minister. Due to security reasons, he's not here, but we're very happy that you take the time with us today. We have a lot of questions. I think there's a lot of questions in the world.
Well, I want to watch this.
So thanks for taking the time to answer them.
I don't know.
Sure, thank you.
Earlier this
week... All right,
week...
let me skip this for now. I'm going to go here. No, wait, not that one. This one.
Integrated
this is the one I wanted to watch
fight.
Yesterday.
For more than 7 decades, NATO has operated on a single premise: America will show up. Not just politically, but in force, through its troops stationed across Europe,
what happens if
its
America doesn't
intelligence
show up
networks
anymore,
overhead, and its nuclear umbrella in the back. That promise turned the alliance into something more than a pact. It became a central pillar of the liberal order, tying together dozens of militaries into a single, integrated war-fighting machine. In doing so, NATO went on to become the most powerful and most successful military alliance in history. But that assumption is no longer as firm as it once was. In Washington, the strategic focus is shifting. It's moving toward Asia, where the rivalry with China is seen as more consequential, more demanding, and ultimately more pressing in the decades ahead. In that context, NATO is increasingly seen not as a cornerstone of American security, but as an outdated commitment that ties down resources and locks US power projection to a region that no longer holds strategic weight. Trump has been skeptical of NATO since taking office. So what happens if he follows through and America stops showing up? Today's video is sponsored by Free Cash. One thing I first offer.
Ooh, free cash, hell yeah.
Suppose the
Give me the
United
money.
States, for whatever reason, steps away from NATO, the alliance wouldn't disappear overnight. Most, if not
Didn't we
all,
leave NATO last time Trump was in office? Trump's big thing with NATO is he always says that NATO isn't being loyal to the United States. That like we stick out our necks for NATO, for all the allies that are in NATO, everybody that's associated with NATO. And then like he's like, oh, they never pay us back. So what he has forced them to do is to spend 5% of their budget, basically. Like their I think it's like 5% of their GDP, to buy weapons from the United States. You know, I think previously not every country was doing that. They were like at 2 or 3%. So he basically forced them to up their spending with us, with our military contractors, because you know somebody has to benefit here, and if anybody's going to benefit, it's going to be the military contractors that have their hands in everybody's pockets. So. Yeah.
Commitments remain in place, the institutions continue to function, and the member states are still there. On paper, NATO would survive, but in practice, something far more important breaks down. You see, NATO has been built around American capabilities.
Social services began dipping and the rise of right-wing extremists rose in Europe. Kind of wild correlation. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, you know, you gotta get that money from somewhere, I guess. We'll just cut a little bit here and, you know, cut some there. And everything's fine.
That are not easily replaced. Take logistics as an example. Modern warfare depends on speed, the ability to move troops, equipment, and supplies across long distances in a matter of days. The United States carries most of that burden through its strategic airlift fleet with roughly 270 heavy aircraft, including C-17s and C-5s. By comparison, European allies collectively operate just over a dozen aircraft in that same class, with most of their capacity tied up in smaller A400M and C130 fleets. Europe can still deploy forces without the US, but not at the same scale or speed. Then there is intelligence. American satellites, surveillance aircraft, and reconnaissance systems provide a constant stream of data, tracking movements, identifying targets, and building a real-time picture of the battlefield. The Pentagon operates hundreds of military and intelligence satellites supported by a large fleet of surveillance aircraft, from AWACS to signals intelligence platforms and long-endurance drones. By comparison, Europeans rely on a handful of national satellite systems and a much smaller pool of surveillance aircraft, many of which are shared through NATO. To be clear, the capability is there, but it is limited and fragmented. If the American layer is removed, coordination across Europe becomes slower, less certain, and more dependent on national systems that were never designed to operate independently at that scale. Missile defense and long-range strike capabilities follow the same pattern. The US military can intercept incoming threats and strike deep into contested areas. Systems like Aegis and the B-2 make that possible. Those capabilities don't just add firepower, they shape the battlefield before it is even engaged. Without them, European militaries would have to operate closer to the threat, with fewer options and higher risks. And then there is the command structure itself. NATO's integration has always revolved around American leadership, planning, and coordination. It's not just about who gives the orders, but also about how those orders are executed through standardized procedures and shared platforms. Without the Pentagon at its center, Europe's command structure would no longer function in the same way. But NATO didn't just integrate armies, it made them dependent on each other, and above all, dependent on the United States. That dependence is best visible in the hardware. Many European militaries are built around American platforms, from fighter jets to missile systems. The F-35, for instance, is not just an aircraft. It is part of a larger ecosystem that connects sensors, communications, and targeting across multiple countries. That level of integration brings enormous advantages, but it also creates reliance. If the United States steps back, maintaining that ecosystem becomes more complicated for all sorts of technical and political reasons. However, none of that means Europe is defenseless. Far from it. European NATO members collectively field capable militaries with advanced technology and significant resources. The problem is that those capabilities are not structured to operate entirely on their own. So, while NATO as an organization wouldn't necessarily collapse with America's exit, it would no doubt face an unprecedented crisis. Article 5, NATO's core commitment, would become the focal point of the alliance's uncertainty. It wouldn't disappear, but its credibility would come under question. Responses would become less predictable, more conditional, and increasingly shaped by the political will of individual European states. And that uncertainty would have compounding ramifications. Deterrence depends as much on perception as it does on capability. If adversaries begin to question Article 5 and whether NATO will respond as a unified force, the threshold for testing that assumption lowers. Not through full-scale war, but through smaller, calculated moves, probing for cracks in the armor. Think of gray zone tactics, cyber operations, political interference, limited military actions, and so on. In every measurable way, Europe would have to reinvent its military posture in the air, on land, at sea, and in space. Strategic airlift would need to be expanded, and intelligence networks would have to be strengthened, including satellites and surveillance systems. Missile defense would need to be scaled up, along with long-range strike capabilities that can operate without American support.
This is why we spent all this money on the military.
A study by the International Institute
we can basically pimp out our military to the rest of our allies and then shake them down for money. This is how it works, I guess. Yeah.
Strategic studies puts a price tag on that gap. Europe would need to spend roughly $1 trillion over the next 25 years just to replace the conventional capabilities currently provided by the United States. That includes around 400 additional fighter jets, 600 main battle tanks, 20 destroyers, and 10 nuclear-powered attack submarines, along with dozens of missile systems, helicopters, and AWACS aircraft. Beyond hardware, Europe would also need to build out a new command structure to tie everything together. However, Europe's industrial base is not built for that kind of rapid expansion. Production lines are limited, naval shipyards have shrunk, and political will is lacking. Land systems could be scaled up within a decade, but the air and naval sectors, where American capabilities dominate, are far harder to replace. France and Turkey stand out as partial exceptions. The French are working to increase annual Rafale fighter jet production to around 30 by the end of the decade. Meanwhile, Turkey is currently building around 50 naval vessels simultaneously, including frigates, corvettes, submarines, and amphibious ships. But besides those two, few countries in Europe have the industrial base to scale production quickly. And even then, that $1 trillion estimate covers only conventional forces and represents the bare minimum needed to defend Europe itself. It wouldn't give Europe the kind of global reach the United States has, nor the ability to conduct sustained offensive operations beyond its own region. Technically, Europe has the economic capacity to make that investment. Its combined GDP rivals that of the United States, and it has resources needed if governments decide to follow through. The real problem, however, is time. Replacing the removed American capabilities would take decades, and during that time, Europe would be exposed and vulnerable to coercion. In geopolitics, those who can't defend themselves get picked apart. For all the focus on what the United States brings to the alliance, Europe brings something just as important: geography. Access to that geography is what allows American power to extend beyond its own borders. Across the continent, the Pentagon maintains a network of more than 40 military bases, along with logistics hubs and pre-positioned equipment. Those are not just forward deployments aimed at Russia. They are staging grounds for operations into the Middle East, North Africa, the Sahel, the Arctic, and Russia's western border. Remove Europe from the equation and America's reach becomes more limited, more distant, and more expensive to maintain. No amount of aircraft carriers can replace an entire continent. Without its bases in Europe, America would be projecting power across 2 oceans, thousands of kilometers from any major conflict zone. Then there is the political layer. NATO has always provided the United States with something few other alliances can: political legitimacy. When Washington acts alongside NATO members, it doesn't appear to be a unilateral move. It looks like an international response with diplomatic weight that shapes how actions are perceived and how they are resisted. So, without Europe, America would lose not only allies, but also political cover. Finally, there is the defense market. Europe may rely on US capabilities, but it is also the largest and most consistent market for American weapons. Over the past decade, roughly a third of US arms exports went to Europe, but since 2022, that share has grown even further. Poland, Germany, the Netherlands, and others have placed large orders for systems like F-35 jets, Patriot missiles, and HIMARS. The F-35 program alone involves more than a dozen European countries, with hundreds of aircraft, either ordered or planned, locking them into decades of maintenance, upgrades, and integration with US systems. Those acquisitions are not just commercial deals. They sustain a significant portion of the US defense industrial base and reinforce long-term dependency.
Something's always cooking.
Without Europe, American defense giants such as Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and Boeing would lose their biggest export market overnight. Yet even taking all of that into account and the mutual dependence between them, it is Europe that stands to lose the most from an American exit. The most profound issue would be political coordination.
Is why we just gotta take
there are
over
two
Europe,
ways
guys.
it could go down. Most likely, NATO's decision-making could splinter along national lines, with members beginning to hedge. Instead of relying on a single overarching framework, they could build multiple layers of regional pacts. Western Europe, led by France and Germany, could push for a more centralized approach and attempt to restore the continent's military-industrial base. But that concept wouldn't fully align with the priorities of Eastern Europe. Poland and the Baltic states operate under a different timeline. For them, the threat is urgent, and so they would focus on quick results rather than long-term integration projects. Either way, as countries assume greater responsibility for their own defense, coordination would become more difficult. Over time, European security would shift away from a single unified structure toward a mosaic of smaller alliances. Alternatively, suppose Europe adapts and finds a way to overcome its internal disagreements. Somehow, some way, unity is preserved, and in the decades following, Europe not only restores its capabilities, but undergoes structural change in the process. Defense spending, which had long been debated and delayed, becomes a baseline requirement. Industrial production scales up, not in response to a crisis, but as a permanent feature of policy. The new NATO that emerges rebuilds its command structure under European control, but that shift in power carries profound consequences. For decades, Europe's passive military posture was not just a weakness, it was intentional. The United States carried the burden of defense, but in doing so, it also retained control over the course of the alliance. By assuming all security decisions, America discouraged nearly every major world power in history from restoring independent military postures. Dependence made it easier to keep allies in line. A Europe that relied on American protection had limited room to do otherwise. And so, with the exception of Russia, Europe's instinct to compete gradually wore away. Its geopolitics effectively froze. In and of itself, that is the art of NATO. However, that subjugated arrangement would not survive an American exit. The moment Europe is forced to defend itself, it also gains the ability to act on its own terms. That wouldn't be noticeable right away, but within 40 to 50 years of America's exit, Europe could very well emerge as a power center in its own right. And once that happens, the geopolitical clock would turn back to a time when relations between Western countries were conditional, negotiated, and at times contested. Altogether, stepping away from NATO would certainly reduce America's commitments, free up resources, and shift its focus elsewhere.
If we leave, then Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, they're not going to be happy, man, because that's like one of their main purchasers is Europe.
Short term, that works, but down the line, it would come at an irreparable price. Skipping the bill often comes at the cost of credibility.
CEOs.
Remember,
I need my
if you want
CEOs
to try
to be
free
happy.
cash, the link is in the description.
I'm
You'll
only
get a
happy
$10
when the
bonus after
oligarchs are
completing
happy.
your first offer. I've been your host, Shervan from Caspian Report. If you enjoy these videos, consider supporting the channel on Patreon and click the bell icon so the next one doesn't slip past you. Thank you for your time and Saul.
I need my CEOs to be met by an Italian man. Yeah.
Pete
What's this thing all
Hegseth's
about?
Holy War. It's a phrase I've been seeing around a lot ever since the start of the war in Iran, which really got my attention. The Secretary of Defense is obsessed with the Crusades, medieval wars where Europeans fought to control the Holy Land. Hegseth has 2 different tattoos that reference the Crusades, something that actually came up in his confirmation hearing in 2025.
It's a tattoo I have right here, Senator. It's called the Jerusalem Cross. It's a historic Christian symbol.
His book is called American Crusade, and the title of the last chapter is Make the Crusade Great Again. When I studied medieval history in college, everyone always made fun of me.
You don't say he's obsessed.
But clearly for Pete Hegseth, it's very relevant. And as the Secretary of Defense for the United States, what he cares about has an impact on the fate of the world. This most recent war in Iran has killed thousands of people since February 28th. And this week, gas prices hit their highest level since the start of the war. Even with a ceasefire, this conflict doesn't seem any closer to ending. So let's take a look at this holy war, investigating the actual history of the Crusades to see how Pete Hegseth's obsession with medieval history might actually affect US foreign policy and the future of the war in Iran. Our present moment is much like the 11th century. We don't want to fight, but like our fellow Christians 1,000 years ago, we must. We need an American crusade. We Christians, alongside our Jewish friends and their remarkable army in Israel, need to pick up the sword of unapologetic Americanism and defend ourselves. We must push Islamism back. Pete Hegseth wrote that in 2020, when he was a Fox News host. But now, in 2026, he's the Secretary of Defense and one of the biggest supporters of going to war with the Islamic Republic.
I don't think I ever watched Kingdom of
Nearly
Heaven.
all of Trump's senior cabinet members has expressed serious reservations about the war in Iran and whether it was a ill-advised idea, except for Pete Hegseth, who seems to have consistently been enthusiastic about this war. To the
He used
point
to be a
that
fucking
Trump has
TV
actually
show
referred
host,
to it
man.
as
He's
Pete's
just
war.
happy to
If
get
it's
out.
Pete's war, then it's important to understand how he's
And
thinking
actually,
about
well,
the war.
he's
Now,
happy
a bit of
because he's a
historical
fucking
context.
Nazi. But
The Crusades were a series of religious wars in the Middle Ages, mainly fought by Christians against non-Christians. They were often started by the Pope and first aimed at taking Jerusalem from Muslim control, but over time, these
shit,
wars...
maybe we All right. I had suggested previously we vote for the Pope for president. Maybe that's a bad idea. All right. Let's keep that a little separate.
Spread to other regions throughout Europe. And here's Hegseth's version of that history from his book, American Crusade.
By the 11th century, Christianity was so besieged by Islam that Christians had a stark choice.
to wage defensive war, and his emphasis on defensive, or continue to allow Islam's expansion and face existential war at home in Europe.
So I guess, how does that sound to you?
Like nonsense. The major claim that he's making here is that Islam is the aggressor. Absolutely not true. 100% not true. And then he's just kind of very neatly kind of smoothing it over, saying that Islam is ontologically, existentially, always kind of an aggressive force that attacks other people.
Hegseth's interpretation of the Crusades as a defensive war falls into a common misunderstanding of the Crusades.
He's trying to say that these crusaders are progenitors of us today on the American right, that we need to do this once more.
It's an extreme oversimplification of a series of conflicts that lasted centuries.
The other thing, too, is that, of course, Hegseth served in Afghanistan.
And this matters, because he's cast himself as a crusader. Let's take another look at his tattoos. Deus Vult is on his bicep. It means God wills it, and it was a rallying cry of the Crusaders in the first
God
crusade
wills it.
around the year 1100. And the
God has willed it?
Jerusalem cross on his chest is another medieval symbol.
These types of kind of evocative symbols, both the Deus Vult and the Jerusalem cross, kind of
Inshallah,
were not uncommon among American military. Within that had a very specific kind of connotation of anti-Islamic feeling, Islamophobic feeling, and kind of evocative of kind of neo-crusader ideology, in that the U.S. was carrying out a great crusade against its eternal foe, in their perspective, the eternal foe of Islam.
Here he is addressing Pentagon officials about the war in Iran in March of this year.
Last month, I meant to read a prayer, which I'm going to read today, which I think is fitting given what's going on right now. Let every round find its mark against the enemies of righteousness and our
We need a
great
Saladin.
nation. Give them wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. Preserve their lives, sharpen their resolve, and let justice be executed swiftly and without remorse, that evil may be driven back and wicked souls delivered to the eternal damnation prepared for them.
He's casting around
I don't remember that from Pulp
enemies of
Fiction,
righteousness, and an evil that must be driven back, which is consistent with what he's written about the Crusades. And he continually refers to the U.S. military having the divine providence of God.
The providence of our Almighty God is there protecting those troops, and we're committed to this mission.
The fact that there are at least people in the Trump administration.
Are these the religious extremists that I've heard so much about?
With a like Christianity versus Islam framing of this, I think that's pretty telling.
And if an important cabinet member like Pete Hegseth sees the war as more than Iran versus the US, but rather as Islam versus Christianity, then that presents the stakes of the conflict in potentially dangerous ways.
I think when people in the 21st century evoke crusade, and we're talking about warfare specifically,
I think
they're
the
talking about
jihadists
kind of a
have God
zero-sum
on their
battle.
side
And
too.
when
Yeah, I'm
you
pretty
get
sure that's what
into,
the
military situations in
I mean,
which there's
like,
only good guys and bad guys, it excuses any type of
Lord be double
restraints on
dipping.
conduct.
Whoa, what's going on here? Okay, he's just giving him a close shave. Yeah, I mean, like, Hezbollah is the party of God. I'm trying to move my mouse up here to touch the tablet that I have hanging on the top of the screen over here. Yeah, I forgot what Ansar Allah is, but it's also the something of God. I believe the believers in God or something like that.
Because if your enemy is existential, it's irrelevant. Like your job is to kill them, to defeat them in any way possible.
And this rings true with the kind of thinking we've already seen from Hegseth.
A consistent theme that we've heard from Hegseth.
Yeah, supporters of God.
Rhetoric is sort of getting the lawyers out of the way the U.S. fights wars, about cutting back on sort of overly restrictive targeting guidelines, for instance. And when you see things like the destruction of the school on the first day of the war in Iran that killed almost 200 school children, I think it's fair to ask questions about just how much they were sort of pulling back on the amount of scrutiny that these targeting decisions were getting.
And there are some other very real diplomatic.
Yeah, the U.S. are crusaders and pirates now.
In this way.
And you don't want to be.
Yeah, Pete's living the best like, big kid life. We're living out the Assassin's Creed series, is what we're doing. I believe the first Assassin's Creed was Didn't you play like a Muslim character? I'm pretty sure he was, like, there was an Arabic name, right? And you went around like killing crusaders.
Words like crusade, you don't want to be casting this as a kind of apocalyptic battle between Christianity and Islam, because that just feeds into the narrative of groups like Al-Qaeda and like ISIS, and it has to be said, the Islamic Republic of Iran today would love to have this be portrayed as a sort of Christian war against Islam.
And most importantly, if Hegseth thinks of this war as part of a crusade, then violence seems inevitable.
The nation of Iran is not, the caliphs of Baghdad who existed, in the 9th and 10th and 11th centuries, right? But to Hegseth, that's a distinction without a difference. There are bad guys over there. They're Muslims. We are Christians. They are our enemy in this kind of cosmic war between God and the devil. And that means there's going to be violence, that people are going to kill other people because of it.
Thanks for watching. Reporting stories like this one takes a whole team. Reporters, editors, fact-checkers, animators, all working together to make journalism that's accurate, nuanced, and honestly, fun to watch. And if high-quality, independent journalism is important to you, then you would love our Vox community on Patreon. For just a few dollars a month, you can get access to exclusive video.
I got some other stuff related to war. No. That's it. Damn. A lot of war stuff, I guess. What's this? Oh, yeah. Oh, religious stuff.
A refuge in...
Thousands gather in Washington for Trump-backed mass prayer rally. Are these the religious extremists I've heard so much about? It was literally 5 days ago.
To remember that God is our refuge and strength.
It only gets worse, guys. It only gets worse. Hit Me With the Cities by Diana.
Cut taxes for the wealthy.
God,
if you are listening,
please, God.
Cut taxes for the wealthy.
Please.
Help them build data centers in
Hell yeah.
low-income communities. Reduce regulations. Speed up the development of artificial general intelligence. I don't want to think anymore. Computer can think for me. AI is the future and it is inevitable. I hope one day they harvest my brain matter. They pump up all the groundwater, mine every rare earth mineral, and feed it into the internet.
And we merge together
into a singular perfect machine capable of generating profits
that grow at least 5% year over year.
Think of the synergy we could achieve with such powerful agentic workflows.
Te necesitan. Ven a la fiesta de cumpleaños de Sara el 17 de marzo.
The summer of 6-7, hell yeah. Can't wait.
Está muy divertido y especial. No faltes.
I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. Someday we'll be the Ghost in the Shell. I'm just sad that, what if I don't make it? Damn, 40 years from now, I'll be old as hell. Yeah, I just hope we make it to 2067, guys, so we can celebrate, the thing. We can just, like, the whole year. Everybody will be like that, like, the whole year. We'll just be all fucking brain dead. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah, losing the will to live here. Yeah, let's talk about the will to live, I guess. This is from a couple weeks ago also. I've had these things just sitting here. Been meaning to watch them, but I got time.
Have any other millennials in their 30s just woken up one day and realized that this was not the life that they were meant to live? I don't have my will to live anymore.
Being alive is expensive, and I feel like I'm finding
Your PC exploded? You got a backlog? Yeah, my PC did, it did take a dump, and I had to get it replaced, so, yeah.
Myself questioning often.
It's been doing a lot better now.
What is the point of being alive if I can't afford to live?
And what if I said that my soul is tired and I no longer want to participate?
I feel broken. Like, I feel like I've lost all motivation
You
to
know,
live.
actually, this is a good video to watch because, yeah, like yesterday, I was just tired, man. I was like, this sucks. I don't know.
And to try to achieve things because I really don't feel like it matters. And I feel like all of this is a filthy scheme and trick.
I feel lonely as fuck because all I have the energy to do is go to work and go home and go to bed.
I've only been alive for less than 3 decades and I've already lost almost all will to live and passion and drive.
I want to know what the light at the end of the tunnel is other than maybe a measly 7 days of PTO.
I don't blame American
Measly 7 days of PTO. That's fucking rough. Yeah, all of this. Yeah.
Because what are we even working for? We can't afford families.
We're working. We're working so that we can build some fucking missiles. All right. The military, the U.S. military needs all of our money. So they can give it to Raytheon, all right, and fucking like Lockheed Martin and all these guys, right? Make them rich, and then they build us some bombs, and we go drop the bombs on some kids in another country that we don't like. Why don't we like that country? I don't know, but I've been told not to like the country, all right? That's what we're doing. You can't be any more clear than that.
Working to bomb Middle East better.
God damn it, yes.
Pay for Elon Musk's child support.
We're working towards homelessness so that way the government can arrest us to use us as sweat equity in private prisons. That too, yes. And if you don't like it, well, you'll either get deported and then spend months in a detainment facility that you'll be very miserable in, be torture, or you'll be arrested if you're a U.S. citizen and, use the sweat equity, yes, because slavery is still legal in the United States as long as you're a prisoner. It's written in the fucking, it's in there. I can't believe the term sweat equity is being used today. Honestly, I hadn't thought about that term in a while. I'm glad you brought it up.
Make Jeff Bezos' wife's face slightly more frozen.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos, his face is not droopy anymore, and he got fuller. Hold on, where's the Jeff Bezos interview? Jeffrey Bezos. Jeff Bezos interview. Yeah, there you go. He's got a beard now? Yeah, he's got the old man beard. See? How long is this thing? Oh my god, it's fucking an hour long? Jeff Bezos pretends to be the average guy and gets bodied by Jake and I. Nice, thank you. I don't know that I can. I definitely can't watch an hour of this shit. I'd rather not. Yeah, this is what we're doing it for, guys. So this guy can grow a beard.
Good morning. We are here on the factory floor this morning of Blue Origin, and we are here with Jeff Bezos, the founder of Blue Origin, also, of course, founder of Amazon. It is great to see you. This is remarkable, by the way, just the scale of it. We've been talking about it all morning. But
what?
Of all the people that we could talk to about everything that's going on in the country right now, in the economy, AI, jobs, space, we want to talk to you. And there is so much, but we're going to touch on that,
response was a good
politics, and so
snapback.
much more. But one of the topics that I thought we should talk about, and maybe even start with, is these days it feels almost impossible to pick up a newspaper without reading a headline about wealth in America, about the billionaire class, about wealth inequality and policy and everything else.
Yeah.
And it's taken a uniquely critical turn, I think, And I'm so curious, before we even get into everything else, what you think about that right now.
Well, first of all, Andrew, I'm glad you're asking the question. I think it's a really important topic.
Is this how he
I think it's
talks?
an important one to discuss because I see the same thing you do. You know, you see it in a bunch of headlines, you see it in a bunch of places. And I have been thinking about like what is driving this? Because it does seem different from 10 years ago, and I think what's going on is that it's kind of a tale of two economies. So you have a bunch of people in this country who are doing really well, but you also have a bunch of people in this country who are struggling to pay rent,
He's
groceries.
giving them let them eat cake. He makes it sound like the equivalent. The people that are doing fine are the same amount of people that are not doing fine, and that's simply not true. It's not an equal number of people doing fine and people not doing fine. The people not doing fine greatly outweighs like the size of the people that are doing fine. It's more like it's like a little fucking dot compared to the rest of everybody else. That's the inequality that we're talking about.
And so what's happening here is politicians are using the kind of age-old technique. So there's this tale of two economies, and they're using this age-old technique of picking a villain and pointing fingers. But the
sand at the top of the hourglass is doing fine. Don't look at the gravity of the situation. Yes,
is that doesn't solve anything. And so, like, if you want to help the group of people who are struggling, you have to figure out real root causes. And so,
and there used to be everybody would flaunt the middle class. Middle class is great. Wow, it feels great to be part of the middle class, and everybody thought they were middle class. But the middle class has shrunk as time has gone on. To be able to have a living wage, you have to be in the fucking 80%, top 20% of earners in the United States are the ones that are doing okay. Everybody below that is struggling or taking on debt year over year.
Solutions, and that takes skill. It's like the way if we have a problem at Amazon, the way we would fix it is we would go in and we'd do the 5 whys and we'd try to get to a root cause.
Everything's just like working at Amazon.
And then when we fix it at the root, you're fixing it forever. It's a real solution.
Problem
and what we don't
solved.
do, because it doesn't work, is just point fingers and blame people. It might feel good for 10 seconds, but doesn't accomplish anything. And so what could you really do? So, I started.
Do you have a plan?
I have some ideas. I have some places to start. So
Can't wait for President Bezos.
Yeah, I started thinking about this and doing some research. A nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year pays more than $12,000 a year in taxes.
How much do you pay in taxes?
Does that really make sense? So people talk about making the tax system more progressive.
What is that what? How much did Amazon pay in taxes? He really thinks he knows something? How much did Amazon pay in taxes 2025? Oh, 2.5 billion. All right. Year by year. Global income tax in the U.S. This number seems kind of low. You're telling me they paid less than a third this last year? I mean, pretty much a third of what they paid the year before. Similar to the year before that. They paid $22 billion in 2022. What happened there? 2017 to 2019 famously reported $0 federal income tax. Anyways, back to the $12,000, I guess.
We start by having the nurse in Queens not pay taxes. Why is somebody at all?
Why would they not pay taxes at all? Don't the taxes go to like things that benefit us, like, you know, building roads and fucking, like, you know, programs and the fucking military? Gotta build them bombs, I guess. Yeah.
Why is a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year paying more than $1,000 a month in taxes?
I don't know. He was a libertarian.
That's $1,000 a month that could help with rent or groceries or anything. And so,
what if they just got paid fucking more? Hear me out here. What about instead of making $75,000 a year, the nurse made, like, you know, I don't know, $87,000 a year? All right, and still paid the $12,000 in taxes.
Way,
is that okay?
Do you know what that all adds up to? The bottom half of income earners in this country pay only 3% of the taxes. It's only 3%. We can find 3%.
Yeah, okay. Why is Amazon not paying taxes? I just want to know why you guys didn't pay taxes and why you're paying less taxes this past year.
So we don't have, it's a small amount of money for the government, you know that. And really, and the more I thought about it, to me, it's kind of absurd that we're doing this. You know, we shouldn't be asking this nurse in Queens to send money to Washington. They should be sending her an apology. It really makes no sense.
Okay, but then on the other end, the question is, should you be paying higher taxes to pay for the 3% component part of this that you think is going to need to be paid for, if not more than that, given the debts we have?
It's certainly a perfectly valid policy debate to say, do we want an even more progressive tax system? So, you know, the line that gets quoted all the time is, you know, the wealthy should pay their fair share.
Right.
We can argue about what the fair share is. That's a policy debate. That's okay. But the vilification is the thing that's just the distraction. And by the way, if you really are being honest about it, we don't have a revenue problem in this country. We already have the most progressive tax system in the world. The top 1% of taxpayers pay 40% of all the tax revenue. The bottom half pay only 3%. We have already, and I think it should be 0. I don't think it should be 3%. I think it should be 0. So we'd be making it more progressive that way. We actually have a spending problem, and that's a skills issue. I mean, let me give you an example.
Skill issue.
The New York City school system.
Right.
Nerds.
They spend $44,000 per student. $44,000. That's 30% more per student than other big cities like Chicago, LA, and Boston. And it's 3 times more than Miami and Houston. And by the way, New York City doesn't get better outcomes.
But
so what this? Listen, let me just say, if
New York City, same thing as Houston, Texas. It's the exact same thing, guys.
If we ran Amazon the way New York City runs their school system, your packages would take 6 weeks to arrive. We'd have to charge you a $100 delivery fee. And then when the package did finally arrive, it'd have the wrong item in it anyway. We can't, that's a skills issue, Andrew. It's not about, it's just competence.
Oh, where's my hammer? I need a fucking... I need to look smacks my brain. Fuck. Yeah, I'm sorry. What was I watching before this? I forgot already. Fuck. Oh yeah. Life sucks.
You just heard from several young Americans who are open about the fact that late-stage capitalism has completely stripped them of their will to live. And I just find it so sad that you can even sense how all of the energy and life force has been sucked out of them, because slaving away for a corporation has basically become the totality of their existence, and it's very clearly taking a toll on them. There's no time for friends or hobbies, and when you finally do have days off, you're too tired to do anything because you've been working so hard, and even though you spend most of your waking days working, you're still only barely able to just get by if you're lucky. It's a rough life to live, and after a certain amount of time, human beings begin to break down under this ruthless, monotonous system, because we're not supposed to be living like this. We're more than just cogs in a machine, but when we're treated as nothing more than a means to an end for rich people.
I want to be living like this guy. This is my goal in life right here.
Too much. I'm getting too much money. My money longer than James Cameron. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm getting too much money. I don't give a fuck if I go blind. I don't need to see the price tag anyway. I rolled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got Midas touch, fuckboy. I'm at the bank about to withdraw all of it. Cuban link will turn the diamond tester into a pipe bomb. I Audemars Piguet, worth the GDP of Yemen. If this watch breaks, the foreign exchange market will take a 28% hit. People will die. My diamonds come from the most horrific situations possible.
Getting too much money.
People only to be discarded when our usefulness is up. It really starts to get to you. Some people internalize it and they question whether or not something's wrong with them, or if they're doing something wrong, or if they're responsible for their own suffering. Others, they know that it's not their fault, but they still feel hopeless because what can they do about it? Now, the thing that's so sad about the people that we heard from in particular is that they're all so young. I mean, this is not something I would wish on anyone, regardless of their age, but they're so young, they're in the primes of their lives, and they should be enjoying their lives. But they can't, because the system that was forced on them before they were born requires them to be as productive as possible at all times so they can survive, even though they're never ever going to see the fruits of their labor. And there's a difference between working to live and living to work. And it's gotten to the point where people really are just living to work. And if their bodies end up breaking down at some point from all of this work that they're doing, it's easier for corporations to just replace them with different low-wage workers, which is why they don't bother to invest in their employees' health and offer them health insurance, because corporations realize that turnover is actually better for them, because fostering loyalty with long-term employees is actually less cost efficient. Employees with seniority, they're eventually going to expect to climb the corporate ladder and ask for a raise if they've been with the company for long enough. Whereas new workers, they're just going to be happy to have a job at all after they've been searching for months. So when you have a system that treats human beings like they're disposable, it's no wonder why so many people feel completely hopeless. And I want to play some extended portions of those videos that you saw, of some of them at least. And even though they're heartbreaking, I think that these stories are important because it's important to keep in mind these are no longer exceptions. These stories are the norm.
I go to 2 out of my 3 jobs today. Not today, but this weekend. I work overnight today, and then tomorrow morning I'll come home, get a couple hours of sleep. I'll go to one of my jobs, and then once I clock out of that job, I'll be going straight to another overnight shift. Fuck. And like, I hardly want to go because it's like so clear that like I can't even obviously like cover my fucking necessities, and I just...
The annoying part is that I did everything right. I did everything I was supposed to do. I studied in high school. I got good grades. I had a decent ACT. I filled out the little FAFSA form so I could go to a good college. I went to a good college. When I got into that good college, I got a degree, a useful degree that I knew would benefit me in the long run. I got a degree in business, finance specifically. Businesses are always needing that. Can't go wrong with that. Well, now it's 2026 and I met with a job market that even if there are openings, they're probably not legitimate. They're ghost postings. And if you do want to apply to it, guess what?
Yeah.
Everybody and their brother also...
But they said like 30% or like 20% of job postings are just ghost postings. They're not real jobs.
You better make sure you have an ATS optimized resume. You know the CEO's brother. You've done a handshake with the Crossroads demons, and you pray to the almighty God that you can even get a call back or so much as a rejection email, because half the time you don't even get that. And then let's say that you're lucky enough to actually get that job. Well, the odds of you actually being able to keep that job, not very likely, because companies are inevitably going to lay you off because they're going to realize that AI can take your job, or they're going to send your position overseas and pay them about a third of what they have to pay you. What they do pay you is absolute peanuts for the degree and experience that you have. Afford houses, we can't afford gas to put in our car, inflation is ever rising, interest rates are rising, we have an administration that doesn't give a fuck about us. The American dream is fucking dead. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. There is no amount of hard work that is going to reverse what the last 10 years of this fucking economy has done. I am a hard worker. I'm one of the hardest workers you will ever meet. I will work my absolute dick into the dirt. I have a full-time corporate job. I do pet sitting on the side, and I also have my own business where I do photography, videography, and media. Guess what? It's still not enough. It's never gonna fucking be enough. I'm just so sick. I'm so burnt out, and I don't know what the long-term solution is, because the thought of having to do this for the next 40 years...
If only we could think of a solution where, you know, people's needs were met. Just, you know, basic commodities. Just, you know, to help you out, you know, with like your food and your housing. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess we can't do that, you know.
Watching the way that, like, our world leaders and the economy and...
you say world leaders, but, you know... Would they say the United States is the only you know like leading nation that doesn't have universal health care?
Generational wealth being hoarded by the top 10%. Like, what if I say that I don't want to take part?
We also have the most billionaires in the world.
System that is ultimately not like for humanity.
So devastating stories all around, yet relatable, because we've all been in that position or are still in that position, and it just sucks. You feel like there's nothing you can do. You feel like you're trapped. And I think that that last comment is a thought that we've all had. Like, what if we just quit, even though we know that we can? Because this capitalist system was imposed on us without our consent. And the problem is that there's no way to check out of this system if we actually want to survive. So we're locked in, and we're forced to swim as hard and as fast as we can if we don't want to drown. And even if you do what you're supposed to do, you know, you go to college, you get good grades in school so you can get some scholarships, you try to find work that is tailored to your degree. Even if you don't have a degree, but you went for a trade or you're just a good worker, it doesn't matter. Nobody is going to come to into the system without getting chewed up and spit back out. And even though as individuals we have to subject ourselves to perpetual exploitation basically to survive, having this system is indeed a choice. And I think that that is an important thing to say. The powers that be have decided that pure unadulterated capitalism, where you put profits above people, is necessary in order to produce endless wealth for oligarchs. It is their choice to create a system and perpetuate a system that functions this way. And the reason why they're prioritizing the wants of the few over the needs of the many is because democracy, much like everything else these days, has become another commodified venture for rich people. And think about why that is. Why nothing seems to change in this stage in our system. Our system, from the start, it incentivized greed and endless growth. Corporations, they don't just slow down once they become mega corporations and gobble all of the competition.
Speed up, actually.
They then have to find different ways to increase profits year after year after they've already become monopolies. You know,
we gotta make sure the shareholders are making profits, all right?
And benefits for employees. They begin to get into politics to lobby politicians for tax cuts and to slash regulations so that way they can cut corners to save even more money and increase profits. But in order to influence politicians to make these changes, they have to make sure that they grease the wheels of the system itself and take over democracy by basically drowning out everyone else's voices so that way they get what they want and we don't. But before you know it, after this takes place for so long with Citizens United, starting with Buckley v. Vallejo, you know, elections and democracy, they're no longer elections. They're no longer what we'd think of as democracy. They're just nothing more than profitable ventures, just like everything else. Investing in politicians might actually yield higher returns for oligarchs than the stock market. And before you know it, What was once a democracy is nothing more than a glorified competition between oligarchs to see which puppets are going to get elected. I mean, look at this study. It shows why politicians aren't even doing the bare minimum to alleviate our suffering. This was published in 2014 by Princeton, and doctors Gillens and Page found that regular Americans have a statistically insignificant impact on policy outcomes, whereas economic elites and special interests, they get the policies that they want enacted into law. And the reason why this is the case is because politicians no longer need to serve us to get elected, because we're no longer their core constituents. Oligarchs are. Your $5 donation pales in comparison to the $1 million check that a billionaire cut for your senator's super PAC. We've allowed unlimited sums of money into politics, and democracy no longer is a game for the working man. It's a game for elites, you know? And quite frankly, politicians need oligarchs more than they need us, which is why they don't give a fuck about our suffering, why they don't listen to our demands and even protests anymore. Not that that really made that big of a difference anyway, but like they very clearly don't give a fuck about what we want. They don't care about our suffering. But I mean, this is the end result of all capitalist systems. It's not a fluke. And sure, I mean, you can theoretically enact laws and, you know, try to insulate our political system from this kind of corruption to this degree, but at some point in time, the capitalist vultures are going to attack democratic institutions like a virus and eat away at those protections until there's nothing left, because a system built on greed is fundamentally incapable of serving all of society. And it's gotten so bad that politicians don't even throw us crumbs any longer just to keep us satisfied, to stop us from, you know, rising up with the pitchforks, because they're just no longer interested in convincing us that we're anything more than just cogs in the machine. Trump virtually admitted this recently when he said that we can't have nice things because we have to use the money that we could be using for nice things to kill people.
But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing.
You guys are being greedy, all right? We need this money for bombing, for dropping
military
bombs.
Protection. We have to guard the country.
That clip is a month old, and I still can't get over it. He's saying the quiet part loud. He's admitting we're not invested in taking care of our own people because that's not what the purpose of government is these days. The purpose of our government is to enrich defense contractors and give multi-billion-dollar companies subsidies so they can make money off of public services once provided to people by the government. Like, why have NASA when we have SpaceX and Blue Origin or whatever Jeff Bezos' space shit is? I mean, the entire purpose of government these days is to make sure that businesses can make as much money as possible, even if it's to the detriment of everybody else. And it's especially crucial for them to make as much money now while they still can, because I think they all know that we are indeed in the final stages of capitalism, and it is indeed on the verge of collapse. Because they've bled people so dry that there's really nothing left for them to take from us. It's like getting blood from tulips at this point. They've taken so much from people that people can't even buy the things that
I think the term is getting blood from a turnip, isn't it?
capitalists want them to buy, the things that keep society going, not even the necessities. Wealth is so concentrated in so few hands that the entire fucking system is starting to eat itself. And that's what we're watching unfold right now in real time. But the good news is that young people are very much aware of why things are so bad. Sure, some people blame themselves because they've internalized the propaganda that's been fed to them since they were children. Some people blame immigrants and trans people. But for the most part, I think that most people these days see the system for what it is.
I think that's what pisses me off the most about like the political state of America is that I want them to just straight up say like, hey, we're evil. Like, hey, the reason why everything's so expensive is because we don't want y'all to be able to afford to stay alive. Like we're even increasing the price of sustenance, like food and shelter, because we don't want y'all to stay alive. We've literally made it illegal to be homeless because we want y'all to kill yourselves. We don't want y'all to stay alive. Please die. Please stop asking us to make everything affordable. We want y'all to starve to death. I want them to just say that because
that in my opinion, that is the truth. You know, if they can't find a way to profit off of you, then they would just rather that you die. Like, you know, if your life is not being financed by some, you know, investor company, or like if you're not financing your fucking Domino's pizza order, by whatever buy now, pay later system that they have. Well, you're just not profitable, so we'd rather just you go away. And that way we can make money off of the next guy.
This game of like bootstraps, fucking lazy, entitled Gen Z, or the way older generations refuse to take any accountability for the life that Gen Z now has to live, and will instead jump through hoops to gaslight millennials and Gen Z into being like, actually, you all have it way easier than we did. So we have no idea what y'all are complaining about. When I was your age, I paid off my house and my car just being the milkman. Y'all just refused to go get jobs. Oh, jobs don't pay a livable.
We live in a society where you quite literally have to pay to survive. Everything that you need to survive is behind a paywall. Clean air, fresh water, food, shelter, healthcare, etc. All of your basic needs are blocked behind a paywall. You are dropped into this system without your consent, and there is no way out of it unless you are independently wealthy. And if you are independently wealthy at the degree to which you would be able to circumvent capitalism, that means that you exploited so many other people that now you are able to live off of your exploitation, which is a problem within itself. Which then brings me back to where most people fall. So then you're stuck working for 30, 40 years of your life just to afford these basic things. And then the things that you would think would be prioritized, like community or friends or family or pursuing your hobbies or interests, you can't do those because you're too busy trying to figure out quite literally where your next meal is going to come from. And then this just continues until you get so sick or so sad or a combination of the two or more things that you die.
Let me tell you this real quick, baby. You're not falling behind. You're not failing. You're not fucking losing yourself. The world is not supposed to be like this. The world is not supposed to fucking be like this.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with you. You're not depressed and anxious. Like, maybe you have all those things, but it's not your fault. It's not your fault why you're depressed. It's not your fault why you're anxious. It's not your fault why you struggle to get out of bed. It's not your fault why you choose isolation. It's not your fault why you're so angry and frustrated all the time. And I need you to understand that. Don't beat yourself up because you're falling behind. You're not falling behind. The world is falling behind. We're not supposed to fucking be like this.
Yeah. So I know it's not that satisfying to point this out, but it is really worth stating that we have come a long way, because seeing people say this, seeing so many people criticize capitalism explicitly, this was not something that you would ever see 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, because God forbid you attack capitalism and then get accused of being a communist or a socialist. But these days, everybody can see the problem because it's staring us right in the face. You can't avoid it. And I think that seeing them say that is really validating, because even though our intuition tells us that things really shouldn't be this way and that this is wrong, it's easy to at least subconsciously accept that this is our fate. It's going to be this way forever because the system is so ossified. But regardless of how hard it is to change the system, the fact of the matter is that living this way is still a choice at the end of the day. It's not our choice, but it is a choice made for us before we were born by powerful people, but it's still a choice nonetheless, a choice that can be undone. Capitalism isn't some law of nature. It's a system created by humankind. So we're clever enough, I think, to come up with something better. But the oligarchs have actually deluded themselves into thinking that we really are going to live like this forever. We're just going to suck it up and take it forever, because they honestly believe that, they need to train the peasants, I guess, to tone down their hatred of the ultra wealthy and just accept that it's their fate to be a permanent underclass. So that way, just a handful of people can live like kings, because, they think that we're not ever going to change the system because we don't have power and they do. But I think that every time they open their mouths, they fuel people's desire to want to change the system. For example, billionaire Stephen Roth actually had the audacity to tell investors, quote, "I must say that I consider the phrase tax the rich when spit out with anger and contempt by politicians both here and across the country to be just as hateful as some disgusting racial slurs and even the phrase from the river to the sea." Oh, is that
We're
so?
being racist against rich people who are the rich race. The rich race? Oh, Lord.
Oh, because God forbid you pay your fair share after the peasants foot the bill for taxes for you for decades. But I mean, I want them to keep talking, honestly. I want them to keep talking because they've already pissed off the entire country by robbing us blind to the tune of trillions of dollars since 1975. And now they're basically spitting in our faces because we're upset about the fact that they have it all and the rest of us dollars since.
New study, nearly $80 trillion redistributed from the bottom 90% to the top 1% since 1975. Another funny story. Since COVID, how many trillions have been redistributed from the bottom to the top 1% in the U.S.? There it is. Top 1% of U.S. households have added roughly $15 trillion to their collective wealth. Since COVID. Yeah. That's that's the way it's trickling down, except it's trickling down to the 1%. Excellent times we're living in here. Where's this video? Where'd it go? There it is.
1975, and now they're basically spitting in our faces because we're upset about the fact that they have it all and the rest of us have nothing. People wouldn't talk about eating the rich or taxing the rich if things were going well. They wouldn't notice how many billionaires there are. It's 900 in America and 3,000 across the world, give or take. But if people could at least get by, nobody would be talking about a more equitable distribution of wealth because, even though it'd be nice to have more money, if you're doing okay, you're not going to think about these things. You're not going to think about changing the system if the system is working for you, at least to a certain extent. But to compare tax the rich to racial slurs, I mean, the fucking gall of this piece of shit. He's not just satisfied with you slaving away for his class until you die. He wants you to be happy about it and refrain from using offensive slogans when talking about billionaires as if they're marginalized minorities. And I think that this sentiment by this one billionaire really is a microcosm of the hubris that we see from the rest of the ruling class. There's that infamous clip from, I think, a CNBC program of that billionaire crying in response to questions about a wealth tax because he just said it was not right. So these people, they have worked their employees to the bone. They've robbed the working class blind, and they've taken everything from us. And yet they have the audacity to come out in public and say, actually, we're the victims. I mean, it's like they're fucking trying to get pitchfork mobs to come after them. But at the end of the day, people are only going to take so much.
We really need more pitchfork mobs. We really do need more.
Some of them are going to check out and just be dejected, but others, they're going to take a different approach. They're going to want to burn the fucking system down, and they're going to start thinking of ways that they can overthrow the system that's exploiting them. And we've talked about the revolutionary fervor that's been bubbling up in this country before, but that obviously hasn't dissipated. Human beings have a desire and a right to be free, and when you take away their freedom, they're only going to tolerate it for so long until they rebel and try to break the chains.
Fuck it, no one else will say it, so I will. My name is Hunter Howell, and it is time to abolish our government. And before I'm arrested for saying that, I need to give a source. My source, the Declaration of Independence. Word for word, here's what it says. In the Declaration of Independence, when a government becomes destructive to the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right and duty of the people to alter or abolish it. I'm going to give 3 very clear and concise examples of how our government has become destructive to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life. Bombing Iranian civilians. That's pretty destructive to the right of life.
I mean, there's a lot more than that, but yeah.
Gen Z is no longer able to buy homes or find jobs. My generation. Can't even imagine how hard it'll be for the younger generations than myself.
I mean, you literally, at the minimum wage, $7.25 an hour, nobody can afford to rent any apartment Not even an apartment in the United States, like anywhere in the United States. Like average rent for apartments is what, like $1,400 a month. This That's a ridiculous price when you're not even bringing home like what, like fucking, like what is it, like $1,000 a month on 725, something like that. Where's my calculator? Anyways, yeah, 725 times 40 times 4. Yeah, you can't pay for an apartment that's $1,300 when you're bringing in $1,100 a month.
In pursuit of happiness, no justice for the survivors of sex trafficking, the Epstein survivors, the heroes that endured all of that from the abuse of predators. In fact, not only is there no justice for them, there was concealing and protection for the predators. So damn it, that's my source. Declaration of Independence says that it's up to us, the people, to abolish our government. And I'm not going to sit around much longer.
And listen, to the chagrin of the oligarchs, that sentiment is so much more widespread than they want to believe. Because it really does feel like we've reached the point of no return and we have no choice but to just overthrow the system. They have pushed people to the brink and they're now seeing the chickens come home to roost. And I'm not saying people are going to, rise up and overthrow the government, but you have to understand that people are thinking this way because there are so many ongoing crises that our current system is just incapable of addressing. And if we ever did get the sweeping systemic changes that we desperately need, it's only a matter of time before it all get undone by the same capitalist vultures that undid the New Deal reforms that we needed. Because again, capitalism is a virus and it plagues our nation. And until you remove the virus, things are always going to end up in the same spot. Late stage capitalism, where we are slaving away for large multinational corporations until we die. So this is why so many people are yearning for more than short-term solutions, because anything short of sweeping systemic reform just obviously isn't going to cut it. Sure, healthcare and a living wage would help. I think that might satiate a little bit of the anger, but when you step back and you just look at all of the problems that we're facing, climate change, just everything, the debt crisis, student loans, there's just simply no way to logistically address all of these problems in a piecemeal way within the confines of our current capitalist system. It makes more sense to just tear the whole fucking thing down and start from scratch. That's why people are thinking this way. But as hard as it is to facilitate change, step number one is a collective awakening. And we are unquestionably experiencing that right now, which does give me at least a little bit of hope. So we'll end on that note where things are positive and not so doom and gloom.
Absolutely on point. I think we're going through a lot of trauma to get here, but that I wanted to watch this video because I wanted to get to this video, how trauma gets passed on to the next generation.
People in the world
quick 10-minute
suffer
video
from traumatic events, and
yeah, let me see what this is about. This is from PBS Nova. Check it out.
people in the world suffer from traumatic events, and these traumatic events aren't just a one-time change on their brain and their body. It actually continues for seemingly their lifetime.
Bianca's research is inspired by her upbringing.
My parents, my biological parents, were all still foster parents, so I had foster siblings and adopted siblings growing up. Only now, as a scientist, I realize that that motivates a lot of the questions that I ask. How do we understand what happens when kids are born into trauma and optimize what we do have for better generations?
One insight comes from an event during World War II.
At the end of World War II, the Netherlands were cut off from food by Nazi troops because they decided to protest through the country. And during this period of time, it created a man-made famine. There was starvation, death, there was trauma.
Not only did those who suffered during the famine experience health problems,
would be wild if there's a country that's currently doing this to another country in the world. Oh, this it's actually happening a couple times over.
some of their children and even their grandchildren had metabolic issues.
So people began to ask, how does an experience of a parent, of a grandparent, change offspring?
Researchers began to discover that your environment and your experiences can change the way your genes are activated in your body and in your brain.
It's not like you get your genes and it's set in stone. They're constantly changing based on the environment.
To see this in action, Bianca studies mice.
We're able to map the whole genome of mice, target certain areas of that genetic code, and use them to answer important questions in science.
So how could stress and trauma alter the biology of the mice's offspring? To find out, Bianca paired the smell of almond with an electric shock.
Because mice really navigate the world and rely heavily on the sense of smell, we use olfaction, pair it with the Lightfoot shock, and we observe changes in the brain and changes in behavior.
She noticed that something inside of the mice's noses changed.
We're able to look at the cells in the nose that only respond to almond, and what we observe is that after the Lightfoot shock and the presentation of almond coinciding, there are more cells in the nose that express the almond receptor. It's as if something in the milieu of the nose says, almond's important in this environment, we need more cells like you.
Mice grew more cells that responded to the smell of almond.
Each one of these green dots you see here, these are neurons. They're cells that can respond to the almond smell. These red dots are cells that were born after the presentation of odor and shock. And this cell right here, this red and green cell, is a cell that was born after the presentation of almond and shock that also responds to almond. This is the cell that we want to look at to see what information is inside, because we see more of these after the odor and shock pairing.
Remarkably, these changes were actually passed down to the next generation.
The offspring, the kids of the parents that were shocked with odor, were born with more cells that express the almond receptor, which means there's a memory that somehow is maintained in sperm, in egg, through implantation, and represented in offspring. It is as if we are observing a change in evolution over the time span of one generation. And I just think that's fascinating. Because we as humans know how environment and how traumatic events change people. Just being able to take the science of that and being able to show that, we're just justifying what we already know as humans, what society has known for a long time, what individuals know. We just want to bring that to an undeniable truth.
Our brains are not static. We try to make sense of what's happening right now, but we also try to make sense of what happened a long time ago and to have like this grand picture of our life as a trajectory.
Our ability for conscious awareness. It's a magnificent ability, the ability to reflect on our own minds, but it also leads us astray.
I have memories, plans, I have these feelings of agency over my actions. But what the science itself is telling us is that these things aren't necessarily bound together. Different aspects of the self can be manipulated or even taken away altogether.
Your biology and the choices you make are all molded by your social interactions and even your family history. And yet we feel like we have control, like we have agency, right?
An agent is somebody that is the author of their own story. But actually, most of what's happening in our brain, we are not conscious of. And I think this gets you starting to think, wait a minute, is really everything under my control?
Neuroscientist Uri Maus is putting our sense of control to the test. We feel like we're in control, but where exactly does that feeling come from? And how does it work?
Ah, here you are. Hello.
Thank you very much for joining us agentically and out of your own volition.
Of course.
Before we start, Let me give you this envelope.
Okay.
Please don't let anybody
That's
touch
a trick.
it, and don't look inside, but we'll need it for later on.
For later. Okay.
To show me how my sense of control isn't always what it seems, Uri kicked things off by trying to get me to question my ability to choose by using a magic trick.
So, where would you like to sit?
Where would I like to
It's really up to
It's
you.
really, I have a
wherever you want.
choice?
You have a choice?
All right, so I'm going to sit here.
You're going to sit over there? Okay.
Yes.
So, how about just before you sit down, if you don't mind, let's see what this says.
Oh my God. Okay.
So
then that one obviously says the same thing, right? No.
Let's check and see what this one says. This one says...
Oh, come on.
Okay.
So I'm that predictable? You don't even know me yet.
I really don't know how he did that. I'm not totally convinced, but I'm starting to question,
He's a witch!
how do I know when I have made a decision? So to find out what's
Burn
actually
him
going
at
on
the
in the brain
stake.
when our sense of control is in question, I took a look at a trial designed by postdoctoral researcher Alice Wong. A volunteer from the lab, Tomasz, is being fitted with a transcranial magnetic stimulation device, TMS for short. It generates a strong magnetic field that can send signals to your brain.
The idea is that you stimulate the brain using a focused magnetic field, and if you stimulate that in the right part of the motor cortex, it's a part of the brain that actually controls your fingers. It's like you're pulling on a string here. Every time you pull it, the finger goes.
With the device hooked up, the researchers can make his finger jump involuntarily by sending a signal to his motor cortex.
We're gonna be locating the spot of your motor
Ratatouille.
cortex that moves one of your fingers. How about that?
That works. That was a pinky movement up.
Okay.
Sometimes they ask him to move his finger on his own.
Could you replicate the movement if in that you felt?
Or something like this.
Remarkably, by recording the small electrical signals that travel from his brain down to his finger muscles, Alice and Uri can pinpoint the exact moment that Tomasz's brain has initiated a movement, almost 50 milliseconds before he actually moves. With this information, it's as though they can predict his movement slightly before it actually happens. So now his sense of agency is about to be put to the test.
Who initiated the movement?
It was me.
How much agency did you feel over the movement?
Quite a lot.
Full agency? Okay.
Normally, the researcher isn't in the room, and all the questions are conducted by the computer.
Who initiated the movement?
I don't know.
How much agency did you feel over the movement?
I would say some agency.
In some instances, just as Tomasz decides to move his finger, the researchers use the magnetic field to make his finger move.
Who initiated the movement?
I really don't know.
Okay. How much agency did you feel over the movement?
A little bit.
So even in the instances when Tomasz really did decide to move his finger,
how much agency did you feel over the movement?
No agency at all.
He didn't always feel like he was in control. So after the experiment, I was excited to hear the results.
When Tomasz initiated the movement himself, yet we intervened with the TMS, Tomasz said, that wasn't me. I didn't initiate the movement. It was the computer. He thought that the computer initiated the movement, or it was both of them, or he wasn't sure, but he almost never said that it was him.
So what do you think is going on there? How is this happening?
You know, we walk around and we feel like, you know, we are the authors of our actions and so on. And you can see with just a little bit of messing around, it tends to fall apart.
It's fragile, like our sense of self, our memories, our sense of agency. They're all things that our brain evolved over time, but they're fragile and they can be manipulated
Who's in
under
control
the right
here?
circumstances.
I didn't know that's what it was going to be titled. Well, interesting, I guess. Yeah, I'd like to know more about trauma getting passed over. I guess, makes sense. They said that it's something that they've already confirmed, though, in the past. It just kind of double confirms it in a way. Yeah, all right. What else we got? Let's go over to Joe Rogan. What's it? Hold on. This guy. Joe Rogan doesn't know who he is anymore.
Joe Rogan.
Oh my god, it's 40 minutes long, dude. I'm gonna save this for later. Is it on here? Removed. Oh fuck. Add. There we go. All right, we're gonna save that one for later. Man, 6 o'clock. Fuck. All right. I guess I'll do another one. Oh yeah, we got the World Cup coming. AT&T reveals new World Cup grass pitch.
Match of the FIFA World Cup 2026 right here in North Texas. Right now, crews are transforming AT&T Stadium into what will, just so you know, be referred to as Dallas Stadium during the tournament. Tonight, our Amelia Magavro giving us all our first look inside.
Step inside AT&T Stadium, and the first thing you'll notice is the field. This is not the Cowboys turf you're used to. This is a World Cup pitch. Stadium General Manager Todd Martin says it's all built for...
Players, NFL players beg to fucking play on real grass because it causes less injuries. It's better to play on. Like, it's more comfortable to play on. I mean, it's just natural. It's natural grass. And these stadiums fucking refuse to fucking put this shit in. But as soon as the World Cup shows up, hey, we got all the grass in the world, Bring it on in.
The ground up, ready for the biggest stage in soccer.
I'm excited. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get that first match going.
And the coolest thing about this new pitch is the fact that the grass is real. And to give you an idea of how similar it looks, this is the original turf of AT&T Stadium, and this is the real grass.
The team here started putting in about 2 months ago. It starts from the ground up, the existing cement layer that's here.
Senior pitch manager Ewan Hodge says the grass was grown actually in Colorado, then brought here in Arlington and installed piece by piece. Underneath it, several inches of soil.
They didn't even grow it here. They grew it in fucking Colorado. And spare no expense. Bring in the king's grass.
Along with irrigation, airflow systems, and temperature controls, all working together to keep it match ready.
We've had about, I think, four tests in here across various games.
And those bright pink lights hanging over the field are grow lights, helping the grass stay healthy inside a stadium with no natural sunlight.
And they installed grow lights.
Those lights actually lift up and out of the way on match day.
First for the world to hang these grow lights, and they're all LED grow lights, providing basically
Are they going to leave it there
heartbeat
for the NFL players to play on?
The entire pitch sits about 2 feet above the original field and stretches wider on both ends to meet FIFA standards. It's all part of a process that's been nearly a decade in the making.
Hey, put some goals in, get some lines on it, and off we go.
Something of this magnitude, I mean, it comes with its trials and tribulations, but it's been great. And then once we get to that June 14th date and get that first match going, and then by the time we get to the July 14th, it'll all be well worth it.
This stadium will host 9 World Cup games in total, and believe it or not, we are just 30 days away from the first match being played on this pitch. So it's getting real, y'all, and I think it's safe to say that Dallas and Arlington is ready to host some soccer. In Arlington, Amelia Magavro, CBS News, Texas.
Amelia, thanks. Is it wrong I want my lawn to look like that?
Oh. Spare no expense. Bring that shit in from Colorado, bro. NFL players, fuck off. Y'all, no. You will work where we tell you to work. World Cup though, we roll out the fucking red carpet. Roll out the real grass, actually. Oh, yeah, that brings me to sports. How private equity destroyed youth sports.
Youth sports is my whole life right now. Ready, go! For all 3 kids, I'm spending probably around $25K a year. The schedule is crazy. The expenses are crazy. I am constantly exhausted, but they love playing sports. Boys, we're here. Up, 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 up.
Sports.
When I was growing up, things were different. Sure, the fields weren't perfectly manicured, but everyone could afford to play. But the average cost of putting a kid in sports has jumped 46% since 2019. Youth sports is now a $40 billion industry, double the NFL's annual revenue. And private equity giants like Varsity Brands and Unrivaled are cashing in. Nowadays, families making under $100,000 a year are half as likely to have kids in sports at all.
You used to just play Little League, man. You used to be able to I used to play fucking sports like all the time after school and in the summer, like just like in the neighborhood, man. We'd play fucking football games and baseball and shit like all the time, dude. You know, I'm no athletic fucking all-star freak or anything, but like it was fun, like. But now, like I rarely see anywhere that I drive, at least, kids playing anything. But I guess because we've turned it into this, where you sign your kid up for something and then they go play in whatever league you've signed them up for. Got to get these damn kids off the streets.
Parents are getting
and making some profits.
Squeezed. And kids are getting priced out of the games they love.
Youth sports, I think, is destroying parents. Can you move quick? We gotta get your brothers to baseball. It's destroying a sense of community.
The level of pressure, the level of supposed opportunity, this has all been shock for me.
It's become a money grab.
I know a lot of families that have taken out loans and have credit card debt.
Youth sports were supposed to be for everyone. So what the hell happened?
Yeah. Capitalism.
Oh my God.
Everything's for profit.
What'd you say? I said brick for the first one. Oh my God. 3. Bro, 3. Rock, paper, scissors, scissors, shoot. You wanna go first? Yeah.
When my husband was small, he started playing football and worked his way up and did it all on his own and got himself a full ride, everything covered, superstar, NCAA
pulled up his own shoelaces,
all of the things. In 2023, my husband very suddenly passed away.
Oops.
So I didn't actually really start thinking about, oh my God, scholarships for college until he passed away. I was in this quagmire. What do I do? Do I stop all of this? Do I give the kids time to breathe?
Wait, I need break. Okay, you go.
I had maintained their schedule the first year after he died. I thought, okay, I'm just gonna keep doing this and we're gonna push and push and push and see if we can secure these scholarships.
So when did scholarships become such a focal point of youth sports?
In the early 1990s, about $250 million a year was distributed by Division I and Division II schools for athletic aid. Well, today, that number is north of $4 billion. So that's a lot of money. It's in part because the cost of college has gone through the roof.
Parents are desperate for a way to pay for college. And for a lot of them, they see a college scholarship. And
so you
money as
you gotta sacrifice your kid to the system and make them a labor slave to a sport that they should love to just play. But instead you need to train them so that they can be the top of their class. So that way they can get a scholarship to go to college, and then they'll play at college for free, more than likely, to the benefit of the college, and the college can, taunt them, flaunt them off on ESPNU, and maybe you can mix it to the big leagues. Who knows? Maybe. It's a very small percentage of people that make it from college to the professional leagues, by the way.
Is the best route to do that. When you look at college sports across the board, only about 2% of high school athletes end up playing in college.
We're chasing scholarships.
Yeah.
Because
and if you want your kid to be executing at a high level to where they can play on like a high school team, a college team, even the local all-star team, you have to invest thousands upon thousands of dollars of your own money. Now, if you're poor and you don't have thousands and thousands of dollars, you better hope that your kid's really good at this sport. But because they're going to be going up against other kids whose families do have thousands upon thousands of dollars that can get them the training, that can get them the knowledge, that can get them this experience, buy them this experience, basically, to be at that high level already. So if you're poor, get fucked.
I'm really worried about how to pay for college. Having said that, I know that the probability is low.
The pitch is simple. Invest in your kid now, and it might pay off later. So travel leagues and scouting showcases started to emerge as a way to get exposure for kids.
Oh, come on, do it in the car. Your hats and stuff are in the car, right? Yeah. I'm a full-time sports momager with 3 boys living in New York. After I drop them off at school, I spend most of the day figuring out my logistics. I'm just driving from place to place to place. My friends think I'm crazy.
Ismail, while they're waiting, put the balls in the bucket. Why? Because I said so.
But not every parent wants to turn their 10-year-old into a full-time scholarship-chasing machine. Some families want their kids to just play.
Just be
so
kids,
where did
man.
these casual, low-cost opportunities go?
A few things happened that got us to this point today. First of all, we had the 2008 financial crisis. In the wake of that, Parks and Rec departments saw their budgets slashed, and that included budgets for rec leagues. Next, we had COVID-19 that just resulted in immediate closures of all kinds of sports programs across the country. That left a significant vacuum.
When COVID hit, about 56% of children in this country, ages 6 to 17, played organized sports in some form or another. COVID comes in and drops that number down to 49%. So there are a lot of kids who immediately lost access to a sport experience. Those are most often the kids who are attached to municipal programs, local, low-cost programs provided by cities and park and recs, which were just overwhelmed.
3, 2, 1, go.
And the public programs that did survive, they're constantly fundraising and battling to keep costs low for kids.
These services we offer here, they're life-changing for some of our boys. Boys who've never seen a pool or been in a pool before.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult because the resources just
How are you supposed to be an Olympic class swimmer if you don't have a fucking pool?
Whether that means on a city level, state level, federal level, the funding is just not aimed that way. So we have to work harder now to get that. Every year we have to dig deeper.
All right, Ismail, last lap. We gotta get out. Yep, we gotta go to basketball on the west side.
Car's coming.
As the landscape of sports changes to become very cutthroat, we don't always have consistent gym access. So sometimes we'll be in the Bronx, sometimes we'll be in Brooklyn, sometimes we'll be in Manhattan. It's like wherever Coach Jay has a friend that let us use that space for that day and that time.
We have to keep it low because just families getting priced out. It's become a money grab. Families have to tell their child no because something's too expensive, and that's something that we're battling. That's something that we're looking at.
I'm not gonna lie, this kid's not gonna make it.
The people who do the recruiting don't even look at the Parks and Rec programs or the
Well,
nonprofit
out of the program.
organizations that are running programs, right? They're only going
Travel.
to these expensive travel teams.
So with public programs on life support and desperate parents searching for answers, the private sector saw dollar signs.
Private equity has now woken up to the idea that there's so much money rolling through the system that this is a great environment for us to get into and do what private equity typically does.
In sports, that can mean buying up a bunch of different parts of an industry, facilities, tournaments, leagues, software, travel agents, and using that to build a walled garden around the entire market so that competitors can't get in and consumers can't get out.
These are some of the largest investment firms in the world.
Fucking scumbags, man.
Josh Harris and David Blitzer are owners of the 76ers, New Jersey Devils,
Is
and
nothing
now
fucking
an
sacred,
expanding
man?
youth sports empire.
Talk to us about the opportunity in youth sports. What's the through line for youth sports from an investment perspective?
It's massively fragmented, right? So the demand is there. I think the people, again, calculate it differently. I calculate the youth sports business at about $40 billion, growing at, high single digits a year. So as an example, Cal Ripken was somebody who was like my idol as a player, but more relevantly, post his playing career, Cal basically wanted to help kids. He wanted to teach them to play baseball the right way in a safe environment. And he and his brother Bill started Ripken Baseball. And they have the best youth baseball business in the country, in my opinion.
How much does that cost?
Once we got into youth sports, I had been talking to Cal for years about trying to partner with him in some way, shape, or form.
And let's be honest, what kid wouldn't want to play here? Turf fields, 17 batting cages, custom walk-up music. This is the full big league.
All the
experience.
facilities that you
But
fucking
that comes
need, man.
at a big cost. Families aren't just paying $600 for an entry fee. These operations run lodging, concessions, merchandise.
The thing I hear parents complain about more than anything is a practice called stay to play, the policy that requires anybody participating in an out-of-town tournament to stay at their preferred hotel. And if they don't, they're disqualified.
So when you add it all up, entry fees, travel, approved hotels, meals, this can run a family $2,500 or more per kid. And if you want your kid competing at the highest level, you've got to do that multiple times a year.
Can't have that big looping swing, get right to the ball.
And the earlier you can get these kids playing at a high level, the more money can be extracted.
The earlier you form a travel team, the more likely that kid is going to bring their whole family. And so there's a lot of economic activity and therefore incentive if we can create these expensive environments in faraway places.
I fucking hate these
Travel
people.
baseball is just one example of private equity rolling up youth sports. This is happening in every sport, in every corner of the country.
Varsity Brands owns almost all of competitive cheerleading. The competitions, the apparel company, a professional league, and they have exclusive contracts with a lot of venues. Varsity also used to control the governing body and set the rules to advantage themselves. Another example is Black Bear Sports Group. They own over 40 ice hockey rinks across the Midwest and the East Coast.
And yes, hockey is an incredibly expensive sport to begin with.
Yeah,
just ask my parents. But one new expense.
There's a reason that they're vile. Yeah, there's a reason that soccer, like non-American football around the world, is the most popular sport around the world because it's fucking cheap. All you need is a ball and 2 goals, and anything can be a goal. Fucking, you can put up 2 posts, and that can be a goal. So it's easy to play that. It's very cheap to play soccer. Play baseball, you need a bat, you need the ball, you need equipment, you need gloves. If you're a catcher, you're actually throwing the ball seriously, you need the fucking catcher's equipment. You need, cleats. The rest of it is based on whether or not you're actually in a semi-professional environment. Hockey, I mean, fuck, you need all the equipment. Same thing, football, tons of equipment. I think there's a major reason why these sports that are cheap to play are not extremely popular or the most popular sports in the United States. What's probably the most popular sport in the U.S. It used to be baseball, not anymore. It's football, right? The NFL. And I think that's evident with the last story that we saw, where they're rolling in fucking grass from a completely different state into an NFL stadium so that people from around the world can come play soccer, come play football. This is fucked, man.
Even caught the attention of a U.S. senator.
So I was just told this last weekend that if I live stream my child's hockey game, my kid's team will be penalized and lose a place in the standings. Why is that? Because a private equity company has bought up all the rinks in the Northeast, has installed their own closed circuit camera system
fuck you!
into all of the rinks, has provided a paid-for subscription service to all of the families.
So one company owns the rink, manages the league, and facilitates an exclusive streaming service for parents. And we haven't even talked about equipment yet.
These companies, like, come on, they're taking advantage of the fact that we want to do what's best for our kids, telling us that if you have this bat, your kid's gonna score 4 home runs and 3 scouts are gonna call you. It's like, why am I up at 1 a.m. looking at Easton Dub bats, knowing I'm not gonna get it for them, but feeling pressured like maybe I should?
We could look at a kid's baseball bag and you could probably see $1,000 worth of gear just in that baseball bag alone.
This is creating such an unnecessary...
These bats, what was the price on her bet there? $500 fucking dollars, man. Or one bet.
Knowing I'm not going to get it for them, but feeling pressured like maybe I should.
We could look at a kid's baseball bag and you could probably see $1,000 worth of gear just in that baseball bag alone.
This is creating
helmet,
such
glove,
an unnecessary class division between the kids.
Fatima
It is
spends
class
roughly
division, yes.
$17,000 on team fees, $6,000 on travel and lodging, and another $2,000 on equipment. That's $25,000 a year to have her kids competing in youth sports. This is
That's
where we've
insane.
ended up. So has anyone figured out a better way?
Norway is a nation the size of Minnesota, just over 5 million people. And yet they win all these medals? How did that happen? They created a Bill of Rights for children in sports.
Introduced in 1987,
They socialize sports.
This declaration serves as the foundation for youth sports in Norway. There are 7 major principles, such as children have the right to participate in a safe and secure training environment without any inappropriate pressure from adults. Children have the right to choose which sport and how many sports they participate in. Above all, Norwegians prioritize participation, not outcomes. It's not about collecting trophies.
And that became the foundation for...
You know, if you have more people involved in a sport, you're gonna eventually find somebody that's naturally gifted at these motions, and or naturally able to identify behavioral changes and be an expert at the sport just naturally, right? There's people that are naturally gifted in just like physical advantages and whatnot. The more people you have involved, the higher your odds are that you're going to find somebody like that. Now, by limiting the amount of people that can be involved through financial means, you're gonna have less success. Or that one kid that would be able to that would be like a physical freak or whatever you want to say, like to be at a high advantage in this sport, they just won't have the opportunity. They'll never see the light of day.
One of the healthiest and happiest nations in the world.
But would these policies work
Healthiest
in
and
a country
happiest
as large
nations in the
as
world.
United
We can't have
States?
that.
We're not as different as we think we are. I mean, Norwegian kids aren't made any different than American kids. They just understand what the child development literature and the athletic development literature say, and they build policies, practices, partnerships, structures, and a philosophy that really centers the needs of youth as opposed to adults trying to make money off youth. We finally have this moment now where people want to have the policy conversations. They want solutions.
Now, American lawmakers are trying to shift the incentives in youth sports in the same way. In Pennsylvania, Congressman Chris DeLuzio has taken an interest in solving the problem here. So we went to an event he was hosting with families in his district.
In our country, sports are supposed to be an equalizer. Any kid, no matter where they're coming from, should be able to compete. It's a place where you can show up and work hard and you can achieve something bigger than yourself. But our country is drifting away from that to where your family's bank account will decide whether you might even get to step foot on the field. That must end. That's why we are here today.
For families enrolled in travel or club programs, costs can exceed $10,000 a year.
Basically, you're paying all this just so your kid can make a high school team. We're kind of at a loss in terms of moving forward with our kids and what we should prioritize.
In this time,
the days of just walking on to be a high school player, especially like in major cities that get recognition or that have reputable records, slim.
And this country is going through so much division, and it doesn't seem like there are many institutions that can bring people together. Youth sports can bring people together.
So what will Congressman DeLuzio's bill actually do?
In mid-May, DeLuzio and Senators Chris Murphy and Cory Booker are introducing the Let Kids Play Act. The bill would include banning private equity from youth sports, ending vulture practices like stay-to-play that forces families to stay in a tournament's preferred hotel, all while redirecting financial resources back into the community.
Thank you.
I love sports because the kids get a chance to be outside, they get a chance to move their bodies, they make friends through this, they, have all these amazing memories with these people, hitting home runs, in the park, out the park, making that three-pointer at the buzzer. I mean, these are things that they are gonna take with them as beautiful parts of their childhood.
Clippers on 3, family on 6. 1, 2, 3, Clippers! 4, 5, 6, family! Let's go!
Thanks for watching. Before you go, please support our work by liking this video and subscribing to our channels. If you have tips for us on more stories about sports, reach out to stories@perfectunion.us.
Yeah, there's a reason we only see so many Americans play professional sport leagues here in the United States. That it's not, you would imagine it's a much larger percentage of Americans that are excelling at a high level. It's because of shit like this, where everything's for profit, and if your family's poor, well, you're just never gonna make it. So another country that either has socialized their programs, or the MLB or the NBA has set up a farming league in your country to grant those people the opportunity to be able to excel at a high level. Unless you're part of those programs, or you're part of the in those situations, you're just not going to make it. So you're poor and you're from the United States and you ball. Odds are you'll never actually be a professional sports player. This shit sucks, dude. Oh, what's this? The Ozempic economy. All right, hold on. What's this one? This was also a more perfect game, I think. Dude, I thought the wind was blowing. This is my dog snoring. This dog's snoring loud as hell. I was like, damn, it's windy outside. Fucking dog, dude. All right, let's check out the Ozempic economy is out of control.
America is one of the fattest countries in the world, but something is changing. Over the last 4 years, Ozempic has taken over our culture, and some CEOs are worried that it could destroy their business. But the reason for this might surprise you, because even though people are shopping less, the companies aren't actually losing. And Ozempic might actually be the best thing to ever happen to them. So what's really happening with the Ozempification of America? This is who we have to thank for the magical weight loss drug that is Ozempic.
Lizard.
Well, not the stuffed animal, but what it represents. This is a Gila monster, and in the 1990s, a scientist by the name of Dr. John Eng discovered that there was a compound in the Gila monster's venom. This compound, known as Exendin-4, could mimic GLP-1. And if you're like me and you don't have a biology degree, you might be wondering what GLP-1 actually does.
Hold on, you're telling me that we're just injecting ourselves with venom?
So let's do a breakdown. And remember, I'm not a scientist, nor do I claim to be one. This is just what I think is important for what we're going to talk about today. Your gut creates a hormone called GLP-1. That hormone is what's responsible for suppressing your appetite and regulating your blood sugar. The problem is naturally created GLP-1 doesn't stick around for very long because your body breaks it down fairly quickly. But scientists discovered that the Gila monster venom, although deadly to humans, also contained compounds that looked like human GLP-1. In other words, it worked exactly like our version of GLP-1, but it actually stayed in your body for longer. The only problem was Dr. Eng and the Gila monster's version of GLP-1 had to be injected twice a day for it to take its effect. A few years later, another company by the name of Novo Nordisk created another version of synthetic GLP-1. This
Novo
one
Nordisk,
lasted even
the guy
longer
that
and-
died, the guy that almost died right in front of Trump, and then Trump just like looked at him and he was like, "Oh damn, that sucks." Well, that's not his name, but the guy from Novo Nordisk.
And didn't require daily injections like Dr. Eng's version. That synthetic version is what we now know today as semaglutide, which is the main ingredient in Ozempic and Wegovy. Ozempic was originally created to treat type 2 diabetes, but while doctors were prescribing it, they realized it was also a great solution for weight loss, which brings us to today.
Which you can no longer get it for weight loss, actually.
% of the American
Well,
population.
I mean, sorry, you can take it for weight loss. Odds of your insurance company approving that? No more.
Has used
Thanks,
a
Trump.
GLP drug at one point or another. That's 42 million people, which is about the same as the entire population of Canada. And when you have 42 million people buying something that makes them eat less food, things start to change at the grocery stores and restaurants. For years, the American food industry was built on two things: addiction and overconsumption. During World War II, foods like powdered cheese, dehydrated potatoes, and unmeltable chocolate bars were sent to the front lines for the soldiers. These foods were packed full of preservatives, flavorings, and vitamins to make them basically indestructible. But after the war, the food companies realized that they could sell this back at home, but under the marketing of easy and convenient food, which meant you could now have a healthy meal without spending any time in the kitchen. As time went on, food companies found more ways to process the food to make it
Our
last
food's
longer,
just fucking
contain
MREs.
more vitamins and minerals, and become extremely addicting. After all, many of the major food companies at the time were owned by major tobacco companies, who know how to get you to consume something that isn't necessarily good for you. But before we get to that, do you have any travel plans? Traveling abroad isn't always the easiest thing to do, especially when you're spending money, which we all know. Ever since you were a baby eating this stuff, your brain has been manipulated into liking the things that food companies want you to like. They study tastes and textures to create the most addicting snacks possible, and then use artificial ingredients and preservatives to make it happen. Amy Bentley, who is a food historian and professor at NYU, calls this the industrial palate. It's the idea that if we're exposed to something for long enough, we will learn to crave it, which is exactly why most Americans can't walk into a grocery store without buying at least one piece of junk food. But what happens when those cravings and addictions simply stop working? At its basic level, GLP-1 drugs suppress your appetite. And when your appetite is suppressed, we don't crave snacks or sugary things as much, which means shoppers' carts aren't as full as they used to be. According to a study by Cornell University, within 6 months of starting a GLP-1 drug, households reduced their grocery spending by an average of 5.3%. And in 2023, Walmart announced that they're seeing the same thing, with overall cart sizes decreasing from customers taking GLP-1. Which brings me to this report from Morgan Stanley. According to this report, GLP-1 drugs are expected to become the biggest drug class in history, which means there will be millions of people cutting their caloric intake down to just 1,000 calories per day. But we have to remember that food companies are some of the oldest and biggest companies in the world, and they don't mess around when it comes to profit. If we just look back on history, they've already proven they can get through just about anything. In 1978, Heinz bought Weight Watchers and added products like cheesecake to make more profit. Nestle created Lean Cuisine, and next to Hot Pockets, you had Lean Pockets. It might have only been 30 calories less, but people thought it was healthier, so they bought it. One of the worst examples of this comes from 1996 when Pepsi released a line of potato chips fried in Olestra. Olestra was the new miracle ingredient at the time. It was a fat substitute that had 0 calories. The only problem is your body couldn't digest it, and it also stopped your body from digesting other vitamins it actually needed. Needless to say, this caused some major issues, and Olestra is now used to paint decks and lubricate power tools. But this time, the threat is bigger than any diet trend before. JP Morgan estimates that
we're just fucking science experiments, man. We're science experiments for the fucking monopoly companies.
GLP-1 use could wipe out $30 to $55 billion in annual sales for the food and beverage industry by 2030. But at the same time, some brands are now making more money than ever before. Do y'all have the protein ice?
Everything protein.
Vanilla protein ice.
Everything's protein. Protein, protein, protein. Protein,
it's
hell
no
yeah.
secret
Protein
that
Pop-Tart.
protein is being shoved into our faces at every turn. And truthfully, some of this stuff isn't even that high in protein. They're just highlighting the grams to make it seem like it's high in protein. But this isn't actually about brands trying to become healthier. It's actually their attempt to survive the effects of GLP-1.
Yeah, because they, like, if you're taking GLP-1s, they're like, oh, well, you're going to need to eat more protein because your body's going to not only get rid of the fat, burn the fat, but it's also going to burn your muscle as well. Like, you're going to lose muscle.
Were all created by one company, a food lab that spends all of their time figuring out exactly why we eat what we eat. They study taste, texture, sound, flavor, smell, anything you can think of that would be part of the eating experience. And Mattson is exactly who the major brands are turning to right now. But Mattson isn't recommending they completely change course. They're just tweaking what they already have because they have the data to know exactly what GLP-1 users are craving. In this New York Times article, the journalist went to Mattson to see what they were working on. During his time there, he was shown a chicken stick in the shape of string cheese. The Mattson chief innovation officer claimed it was a supercharged mozzarella stick with 13 grams of protein and grill lines that weren't actually grill lines. They'd just be faked with caramel coloring. And strangely, it had a strong citrus flavor. That's because in Mattson's research, they found that GLP-1 users crave fresh, acidic flavors. You see, that's the thing. These companies have millions of data points to pull from to outsmart our brains. Even though Ozempic and Wegovy makes you crave food less, there are ways they can get you to crave the food they want you to. And their big bet is that convenience will always win. GLP-1 can make you eat less, but it can't necessarily change your behavior. Although the data shows that people crave fruits and vegetables, it also shows that GLP-1 users still resort to frozen meals or pre-packaged snacks, which is why these companies are now pumping their food full of protein and fiber. They understand that when you're eating less calories, people are looking for higher value calories. So what better way to sell more product than to slap protein or fiber on the packaging? Just look at these two Pop-Tarts. They look nearly identical and their nutrition label is pretty much the same thing. They're both about 400 calories per serving, but this one has 5 grams of protein and this one has 10 grams of protein. But on the package, this one is labeled with protein. Not high in protein, because that would actually require an FDA approved level of protein. So instead of actually making a high protein version, they just say protein in all caps and sell pretty much the same product. Doing this also serves as a great way to increase the price of the product, which brings me to shrinkflation. According to Capital One, 48% of American shoppers have abandoned a brand because of shrinkflation.
We're in hell,
and
dude.
75%
We're just in
have
hell.
noticed it on the shelf. Cheetos went from 17.5 ounces to just 15 ounces, but increased from 17 cents to 40 cents per ounce. And Tropicana orange juice shrunk from 52 ounces to 46 ounces, but the price didn't go down. Shoppers everywhere are calling out the brands and complaining on social media.
It's awful,
but
yeah.
GLP-1 users want smaller packaging and smaller portions. So it's reasonable to say that the uptick in GLP-1 use is a new way for brands to hide shrinkflation in plain sight. After all, for years, companies have been shrinking products and hoping customers wouldn't notice. Now they don't even have to hide it. They can just call it an upgrade. Lean Cuisine and Vital Pursuit are both owned by Nestle. Both of these meals are around 9.5 ounces and would serve as your dinner for the night. But the Vital Pursuit meal is usually 30 to 40% more expensive per ounce than the Lean Cuisine meal. All because of this little badge right here. ConAgra is doing the same thing, but they're not even
GLP-1
changing the
friendly.
formula. They're just putting a new sticker on the package, just like Hot Pockets did with Lean Pockets in the 80s. And it doesn't even stop in the freezer aisle. If you look at fast food menus, you'll see the same thing. Restaurants like Smoothie King offer GLP-1 friendly items, even though, according to their nutrition label, they're exactly the same as their standard
Shut the
versions.
fuck
And restaurants
up,
like
dude.
Cheesecake Factory are adding smaller portion size options to things on their menu. It would probably be better if they just shrunk the menu itself, but who am I to judge? Everyone is trying to market the food in new ways.
It's
but
not
they're
the Cheesecake Factory if your menu's not like 50 pages long, all right?
Actually changing the formula inside of it. GLP-1 friendly isn't even a regulated term like good source of protein or high in fiber. So brands can just slap it on anything they want without any legal issues. But if we take a step back, the timing of this is all a little bit strange. The use of Ozempic, Wegovy, and other GLP-1s has skyrocketed since its release. But the decrease in consumer spending also lines up with something else we've been seeing. Inflation, which got me thinking, is Ozempic actually the cause for all of this? Or is this just the natural reaction of consumers who can't afford as much as they used to? After all, Cheetos didn't shrink because of GLP-1 and Tropicana didn't either. That all happened because costs went up and companies needed to protect their bottom line, which has always been their focus. If we look back at everything that has happened, we saw how World War II rations became convenient food, then it was engineered to be addictive, but hidden behind the idea of flavor innovation. Then they would barely change anything in the recipe, but call it healthy and low calorie. And now, in 2025, shrinkflation is being sold as portion control for GLP-1 consumers. They're the same companies using the same playbook, but just changing the marketing every time. And it's not like these GLP-1 alternatives are any cheaper. They're all more expensive because, as you might have figured out by now, it's not about your health, it's about the profit margin. So there you have it, the Ozempification of America. I hope this video taught you something that you might not have already known about this whole thing. The most important piece that I learned personally was that all of these things are interrelated between inflation, shrinkflation, and Ozempic. You can't really look at one specific data point and just assume that that is the reason for everything, which I think a lot of these articles about how Ozempic is affecting the economy are doing. As with everything that we talk about, it's important to not just look at one thing in a vacuum and really consider.
There's a reason that they want to make it more difficult for people to acquire Ozempic, especially for weight loss. Because, you know, that's the common, that was probably the more common reason people were taking GLP-1s, right? So Trump administration obviously had to do something about that. They worked with insurance companies and, you know, Novo Nordisk, and made sure that well, you can only get the GLP-1 if you have type 2 diabetes, because that's who it's really for, right? If you're trying to do weight loss, nah, get fucked, fatty. Like you can't do it anymore. Your insurance company's no longer going to approve it. But they made it cheaper. They made GLP-1s cheaper if you're paying out of pocket. So if you were previously paying for your GLP-1 out of pocket, it was something like $400 or $500 a month, $300 a month, somewhere around there. Depends on what you were on and whatnot. If you were paying for it with insurance, $25. $25. So what they did is they're like, oh, well, we'll just make it cheaper out of pocket. Like you see this from Trump whenever he talks about it, like if he talks about it anymore. But if you go back and look at the videos from this year of Trump talking about it, he's like, we made it cheaper. We made it 700% cheaper or whatever the fuck he says. And yeah, it's cheaper. It's $150 if you pay for it out of pocket. But they removed the ability to use your insurance to get it for $25 now. So if you were getting it for $25, now you got to pay $150 or $200 or more, depending on the dosage, right? But if you're paying for it out of pocket, well, everything's fine because you're paying for it out of pocket now. Now it's cheaper. It actually is cheap. Yeah, for rich people that have bajillions of dollars, I guess paying $150, $199 versus paying $500 is a deal. Yeah, it works out in their advantage. But, if you're middle class and you have insurance and you are using GLP-1s for weight loss, nah, give fuck. You're gonna pay $150 or $200 now. You the fucking 10 times what you were paying for what you were paying before, and you're gonna like it. But yeah, I mean, then you add in all this shit of shrinkflation and smaller portions, and you're paying more for them. Like false advertising, they just slap protein on there. It doesn't really mean anything.
Consider the overall market as a whole. If you like this video and you want to see more, make sure to subscribe. And YouTube also thinks you might like this video next. Let's see if they're right.
Can't see that. So I disabled that. Yeah. I think we're getting screwed. Oh, a new one from If You're Listening. All right. Do I have anything else that I wanted to watch? No, that's new. That's another thing. You're being fed lies? Okay, yeah. Is this related? How long is this? 13 minutes. I can go through it.
Today, I'm cooking a meal. I'm cutting the onion now? Is that what's going on? To answer a question, can we ever believe nutrition advice? Every nutrition influencer is telling you you're being lied to. And mostly, they're right. Millions of dollars are spent to influence your opinions about food. And as a result, nutrition advice seems confusing.
Don't eat eggs because they're high in cholesterol, but you should eat them because they're high in protein.
Constantly.
What are you telling me?
We've got some urgent new information that you have to hear about.
Whole milk versus skim milk. Seed oils versus beef tallow. Cane sugar versus corn syrup. Each of these questions are saturated with corporate propaganda. I've covered Big Food's manipulation before, but I was hearing advice that confused even me about healthy fats and whole foods. So I tracked down the scientist being paid off by industry and the lobbyist who shape how we think about food and cooked a meal with a nutritionist.
Got all of it.
All to answer a simple question. If we strain out all the corporate influence, what's left of nutrition advice? Here's what got me interested in this question. The debate over saturated fat. For years, the US's own dietary guidelines told us to keep a low-fat diet. But now, I was hearing about studies that found low-fat diets were pointless.
Those on the low-fat group had higher rates of heart attacks.
That's FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. His allies say the advice to eat less fat was driven by the sugar and ultra-processed food industry. They wanted someone else to blame for our poor health.
They suppressed the data for 16 years.
Until now. The new dietary guidelines released at the start of this year were telling Americans,
eat real food.
That means more protein, more dairy, more healthy fats.
At the same time, I was hearing those new guidelines were driven by other corporate interests. How do you discern the truth when two massive industries are spending millions of dollars to get you on their side?
We're out of milk.
So I got cooking with a little help.
My name is Caitlin Dow. I'm a nutrition scientist.
Are there any health benefits of onions we should know about?
Don't overthink it, just, eat vegetables.
Great.
I think the reason that I'm trustworthy in this space is because I don't have any conflicts of interest.
Here was my mission for Caitlin. Design a meal that would appeal to my dumpster palate, that also satisfied her professional obligations as a nutritionist.
All right, so now we're gonna make a yogurt sauce.
Yogurt, I'm very confused if it's good or bad for me.
It's really hard to understand how healthy or unhealthy dairy is because almost all of the research is funded by the dairy industry.
Turns out this is a bit of a pattern in nutrition research. Do you have a favorite industry-funded study?
Almonds versus muffins. Like, what a ridiculous comparison. And guess what? Almonds are better than muffins.
These studies aren't just silly, they influence how we hear food being talked about.
I hate to rag on avocado, but they have a powerful board and they fund an incredible amount of research. We have this idea that avocados are the end all be all, and they're a healthy food, but they've been given outsized treatment.
A few years ago, I spoke to nutritionist Marion Nessel about this problem.
Every food trade association, every vegetable, every fruit, every nut, every grain has research to demonstrate its relationship to health.
That research ends up in meta-studies that look at all the available research on the topic, muddling the science even further. Confused about eggs and cholesterol? That's the egg industry. Cane sugar versus high fructose corn syrup? Sugar beet groups funded studies scapegoating high fructose corn syrup for diabetes, and the Corn Refiners Association funded research saying, nuh-uh.
And people who do take money from food companies tend to say, the money doesn't influence. But unfortunately, research shows otherwise.
In some cases, they're over 7 times more likely to find favorable results. And one review found only 6.6% of industry studies have unfavorable results. To be fair,
maybe been a little
some
bit.
Studies contradict that research. Here's one. The author, quote, received grants, honoraria, donations, royalties, and consulting fees from numerous publishers, food, beverage, pharmaceutical companies, and other commercial entities. Oh. And Big Food has blanketed the nutrition space with so much money, it's created a bunch of fun secondary problems. When the government convenes experts to set our dietary guidelines, it's incredibly difficult to find people who haven't taken industry money. You may not consult those guidelines when you cook up a meal, but they profoundly shape the food we eat.
1 in 4 Americans eat meals that are based on the dietary guidelines. The school lunch program, military food, and most hospital guidelines are based on that.
Past dietary guidelines advisory members have had conflicts of interest with trade groups for walnuts, snack foods, corn syrup, sugar, pharma, dairy, meat, eggs, and many, many more.
I was on the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee in 1995. I would never be allowed on it again. Because I'm considered way too biased because I criticize the food industry. People who do not criticize the food industry are considered unbiased, which I find hilarious.
That's really good. The industry-funded studies, the conflicts of interest, that's all kind of an amuse-bouche for where the industry's real influence lies. An army of lobbyists who control the very language the government uses when dishing out nutrition advice.
The food industry doesn't want any suggestion in dietary guidelines of eating less of their products. It's really simple.
Industry has relentlessly fought to expunge words and phrases like reduce and eat less from any guidelines. In 1977, the National Cattlemen's Association successfully fought suggested language to decrease consumption of meat and increase consumption of poultry and fish. And for over a decade, the government listened to those lobbyists, never using synonyms of decrease and instead using words like choose. Since 2005, the final guidelines are not written by the advisory experts, but two federal agencies with political appointees who can be lobbied endlessly. RFK Jr. told America he'd bring integrity back to nutrition science.
We're going to remove conflicts of interest from the USDA dietary panels and commission.
But instead, he just picked sides. The report from the Dietary Guidelines Committee convened prior to RFK's tenure had recommended emphasizing beans, legumes, and lentils as sources of lean protein. Then the Cattlemen's Association complained about the anti-red meat language. RFK threw out that original report to convene his own experts.
We now have a food pyramid which we flipped upside down because it made more sense. That puts protein at the top of the food pyramid.
Wow.
In the end, the scientific basis for the current dietary guidelines was provided by 9 individuals, and 7 of them had conflicts of interest with either the meat or the dairy industry or with the dietary supplement industry. Basically what they did was they fished around for people who they knew would have particular points of view, and then they gave them a platform to make the very points that RFK would have had them made.
These experts disclosed financial relationships with General Mills, Novo Nordisk,
Drink some
and
milk.
our friends at the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. One member is straight up
Is
on
it
the
Novo Nordisk?
disclosed financial relationships with General Mills, Novo Nordisk.
The guys that make the GLP-1 medication?
Stannon, and our friends at the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. One member is straight up on the advisory board for the National Pork Board. Another, the company that makes Atkins and Quest bars. They also use decades of research funded by, well, the beef industry. Here's an NCBA executive snitching on themselves.
They took into consideration the decades of research done on beef nutrition.
They're
That's
everywhere.
Chekhov-funded research.
Hear that?
That's Chekhov-funded research.
Chekhov-funded research.
Chekhov-funded research.
Chekhov programs are basically a series of marketing organizations. It's how we got milk and beef. It's what's for dinner. Defenders of the guidelines will say they still, technically, tell you to limit saturated fat. But it's a sleight of hand.
Is this a good portion of protein? Should I be eating like this if I want to be as cool and ripped as RFK?
That's about, I would guess, 4 to 5 times as much steak as should be eaten in one sitting.
Even if I lift weights.
Even if you lift weights.
Even if you look like
You gotta eat it raw.
Even
That's
if you
why.
look like RFK. Even if you're as
Yeah,
buff
in
as
your
RFK.
jeans.
Is he 70?
With Kid Rock behind you.
Even still, there is some truth to what RFK and Marty McCary are saying. The sugar industry was involved in blaming fat for our poor heart health, and there are legitimate studies showing reducing fat does not help.
If you eat less saturated fat, you're going to eat more of something else. That's just how our diets work. What most people do is that if they eat less saturated fat, they eat more refined carbs. And that's pretty much a wash for heart health.
Can you get me 2 tortillas?
Sure.
We did opt for a tortilla. We compromised on whole grain, but I digress. The evidence that saturated fat is driving chronic disease has been piling on for 50 years. And we do have studies that pass Caitlin's high bar.
They kept people in a hospital for a month at a time and fed them one diet that was maybe really high in butter or really high in beef tallow or really high in olive oil. And it's very clear. There's no mystery there. Butter, your LDL goes through the roof, beef tallow is slightly under butter, and then olive oil, it drops.
And you're telling me that we know these things is not because of the meddling of big...
Hey, wait a minute. Who produces olive oil? Oh man, my dogs are begging to go out. All right, I need to finish this video.
Soda, big sugar, big refined carbohydrate.
Yeah, that's correct. We know these based off of NIH-funded, well-conducted studies.
So with that, what can I eat if I want to cut down on my risk of things like heart disease? I hope to God I'm not going to make an idiot of myself, but we're just folding it. And if I do it wrong, this isn't my job and it's not my fault. Believe it or not, despite all the industry shenanigans and all the media-fueled fad diets, nutrition advice hasn't changed that much since 1980.
So this is the first dietary guideline, a simple little pamphlet.
I think a lot of the reason that nutrition advice sounds really confusing is because the media needs clicks.
And the fact that certain people have louder voices than others, including the meat and dairy industry, creates an impression that people are flip-flopping when actually the changes from year to year are very small.
This is so not interesting to say, but you fill your plate with mostly fruits and vegetables, whole grains, lean protein.
And that's what we did in a format that felt familiar and tasty to me.
So what are we making?
The legally permissible version's a hexagon sandwich. Let's cut that baby open.
Okay.
Is this your first crunch wrap?
This might be my first crunch wrap.
A whole wheat tortilla filled with beans for protein, a cilantro 2% Greek yogurt sauce, and plants, pico de gallo, avocado, all with a heaping pile of salad with corn, tomato, and more avocado. I'm not saying it's some hyper nutritionally optimized meal, but it's something I'd feel satisfied eating. It cuts down on ultra-processed ingredients, and it follows the science of the last 50 years. Eat less added sugars, less saturated fat, less salt, and fill up your plate with lots of plants. The new dietary guidelines told Americans to prioritize protein at every meal. The overwhelming majority of Americans, Caitlin tells me, get more than enough. Advertising like this would have you believe otherwise. Americans don't, however, eat nearly enough fiber, abundant in fruit, vegetables, and whole grains. I should say it's hard for lots of people to eat like this because of money, time, or even access. This story is about nutritional science, but if we really wanted to combat heart disease in America, we'd be talking about the food system more broadly, about subsidies, school lunches, access, even industry consolidation. Cheers to your first hexagon.
Johnny's in America, Texas at the wheel. Nobody needs anyone, they don't even just pretend. Johnny's in America, I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of the world. I'm afraid I can't help it. I'm afraid I can't. I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of the world. I'm afraid I can't help it. I'm afraid I can't. I'm afraid of Americans. Johnny wants a brain. Johnny wants to suck on a coke. Johnny wants a woman, Johnny wants to think of a joke. Johnny's in America, Johnny looks up at the stars. Johnny combs his hair and Johnny wants pussy and cars. Johnny's in America. Johnny's in America.
Look how fat this dog is. Fucking long. It's the longest dog ever. Long dog.
American.